number 9. It's going to be 304, Kevin Dinsmore. Then bike number 10P, Michael Platt. 080, Colin Fern. And 123, Jonas Stein. And then on row number 10, it's 36S, Anders Carlson. For the Formula 500 class, this is a class for 1972 and earlier 2- and 4-stroke machines up to 500 cc's based on an index of performance. This includes 2-, 3-, and 4-cylinder bikes, both purpose-built racers and converted street bikes. Machines must be representative of the era with fairings and low clip-on style handlebars. Dual disc front brakes are also allowed. And then for the Sound of Singles field, presented by Rising Sun Cycles, back on row number 12, it's going to be 35T, Thomas Teether. Bike number 13K, Tim Terrell. 242, Michael DeRoche. And 968, Jim Masters. Then on row number 13, 049, Danny Habermel. And 329, Matthew Crabtree. For the Sound of Singles, sponsored by Rising Sun Cycles, RS Cycles is a veteran and family-owned small business that is dedicated to supporting GP race bikes in the U.S. They supply race bikes, parts, advice, and sponsorship for racer and track day riders on Honda RS 125/250s, the NSF 250R, Moriwaki MD 250H, and the Yamaha TZ 125/250 GP bikes. They stock thousands of OEM parts and have started sourcing replacement parts as they become unavailable from the manufacturers. While they mainly focus on GP bikes, they can also get lots of gear and other supplies that are needed by AHRMA racers. Contacted at rscycles.com. The field itself is open to small bore production singles such as the new KTM 390 RC and Duke, plus purpose-built machines with Grand Prix chassis. GP-style bikes can use any one of a variety of air or water-cooled 2-stroke or 4-stroke engines. Liquid-cooled 2-stroke or 4-stroke displacements can be up to 250 cc's, air-cooled 2-strokes to 350 cc's, and air-cooled 4-strokes up to 350 cc's. Well, that's the class as we get them ridded up out there, waiting for the green flag to fly. And there it goes with the next-gen Superbike 2 field rocketing across that start-finish line down into turn number 1.
Welcome back, everybody, for our second half of today's races here, AHRMA Classic Moto Fest at Daytona International Speedway. Thanks for joining us for our afternoon program. This is races 3 through 13. That's the second wave of race number 3 taking off right now. First wave making their way through the horseshoe.
First wave all the way over through the International Horseshoe, starting to spread out single file as they work their way down over through the dog leg. Meanwhile, the second wave, which is the Formula 500 and Sound of Single 3 field, they've spread themselves out single file, diving down into the break zone for the International Horseshoe themselves. Meanwhile, the Next Gen Superbike 2 and Phillips Island Challenge bikes all working single file now through the West Horseshoe over into turn number 5 and then back through that left-hand turn number 6, getting ready to hit the banking out there in NASCAR's turn 1 and 2 down at the west end of the track.
For those of you watching on the live feed, you can see that on the top right-hand side of your screen. That is first wave making their way onto the high banks right now. And second wave is just now making its way towards those same high banks. Thanks for joining us. Race number 3, Next Gen Superbike 2, Phillip Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sound of Singles 3. We appreciate you guys staying tuned in at home. Thanks for watching.
Race leader breaking away out through the high banks of NASCAR's turn 3 and 4, waiting for him to come back down onto the front straightaway. Looks like the top 5 or 6 are fairly evenly spread out as the horsepower comes into play as they rocket through the tri-oval to complete lap number 1. It's going to be 784 Christopher Caden out front, 197 William Bush, 6E Eric Burrell, 020 Jeff Nelson, and 502 John Burton. That's your top 5 as they rocket across the start-finish line through the tri-oval down into the braking zone for turn number 1. Then it's going to be 155 Scott Unger back there in 6th, 81T John Turner in 7th, 68R Craig Grantham back there in 8th, 67M Mark Perrone in 9th, and 243 Steve Wilkening rounding out your top 10. You know one thing I don't care for about announced to control.
Alrighty, and we've got our bikes making their
We
way
got
through
quite
that
a few
international
back-to-backs in this one, so I'm going
horseshoe.
to draw out.
And second wave is just now starting to go across finish. Making their way back towards turns 1. And that horseshoe.
I was hoping I could also modify the columns to see.
Alrighty, and it looks like everyone's starting to get settled in. Let's go see. I did get Speedhive to come up, but let me go double check it and see what's going on with it.
Bike number 784, Christopher Caden stretches the legs on his bike, stretching out to about a half of back straightaway lead. Over the rest of the field, looks like Bush, Burrell, and Nelson all accordion up down into the bus stop area as they work their way through the chicane, out of the exit of the chicane onto NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. Meanwhile, Christopher Caden out through the center of 4, down low on the banking onto the front straightaway, tucked in behind the fairing and just absolutely flying down this front straightaway. Looks like Bush has Burrell in tow with Nelson dropping just a little bit as they work their way down the front straightaway as they rocket through the tri-oval one more time on that lap. Looks like Burrell is stalking Bush, takes a look around the outside, thinks the better of it, about a bike length separate those two for that second place position as they drop back in line through the exit of 1, over through the little kink there in 2, down the short chute into the international horseshoe they go. Meanwhile, in 020, Jeff Nelson dropped back a little bit down the front straightaway, not quite the horsepower, but definitely reeling him back in as they work their way through the exit of the international horseshoe over towards the dog leg. So Bush, Burrell, and Nelson running 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as they work their way through the dog leg down in through turn number 5. Looks like they're going to come up on some slower riders here. We're going to see if Bush is going to be able to work that to his advantage, or if Burrell is going to be able to find a way around Bush as they come up on the slower back marker. Looks like the back marker is off to one side, so not going to come into play here as Bush leads Burrell and Nelson through turn number 6 out onto the high banking. One more time they go. Meanwhile, Christopher Caden continues to push out his lead as he's down low on the banking through NASCAR's turn 2 through the exit. Then it's going to be Bush running a high line with Burrell down the center of the track. Nelson also running a high line himself as that trio rockets out of the exited turn number 2. Down that back straightaway they go. Looks like Burrell trying to pick up the draft, about 10 to 12 bike lengths the drift to Bush, but not able to do much with it that time as they are a bit spread out more this time as they dive down into the braking zone for the bus stop and then over into the chicane. So Bush getting a great drive, finding his rhythm now as he's stretched out about 10 to 12, 14 bike lengths over Burrell, who has the same distance over to Jeff Nelson. Meanwhile, Christopher Caden all the way out of the exit of NASCAR's turn 4, once again down the front straightaway through the tri-oval, seeing the halfway flags out, letting him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go as he starts the second half of his race. Here comes second place rider. It's going to be William Bush across the line. Then bike number, 60, Eric Burrell. Burrell was up there. Evidently, I missed him getting back into the lead. So Eric finding his rhythm, stretching it out. William Bush back there now. His turn to try and track down Burrell. Back there in that third place position is 020. Jeff Nelson off the podium, watches it all unfold in front of him as they spread out a little bit more with bike number 502, John Unger rounding out your top 5. Or John Burton, rather, rounding out your top 5. Scott Unger's in 6th.
Making their way over to the horseshoe. Let's go check out that race feed again over on Speedhive. We are on Speedhive today. I know there's a lot of, is it this race, this class that has a good amount of disparity in it? Okay, so they're pretty spread out. So I'm going to do my best, guys, to go all the way through the race, the Speedhive, to show you everything, but
yeah, I put that out there right before we started, but I'll hit it again.
and we'll go back up to...
Copy that. All right, where's my leaders? Burrell's flying. If that's him coming out of the chicane over there, he might reel in a Caden. I don't know.
Are they in the backside of the track right now?
Yeah, they're running through 3 and 4.
Let's go look at the wide shot. All right, so these are going to be your current race leaders.
Bike number 784, Christopher Caden, down that front straightaway one more time, coming across the tri-oval to start his next lap. Then it's going to be bike number 6E, Eric Burrell. He once he got around the Bush and Nelson in the opening laps, he's really trying to reel him in. So there's still a couple laps in this one. Burrell might catch a Caden, but we'll find out here as they work their way through the high banking on the west end of the track this next time by. Jeff Nelson still back there in fourth. John Turner now moving up to round out your top 5 on bike number 81T. Then it's going to be bike number 155, Scott Unger there in 6th, and 502, John Burden dropping back to that 7th place position. 68R, Craig Grantham back there in 8th, 243, Steve Wilkening in that 9th place position. And it looks like it's going to be 67M, Mark Perrone, rounding out your top 10 as Christopher Caden still shows the field the fast way around the track, but 6E, Eric Burrell doing what he can to try and chip away at the lead that Caden set here in the opening blistering laps of this race.
Yeah, Lord knows there's plenty of real estate out here to make passes and for magic to happen,
Yeah.
that's for sure. So, you know, there still is, I don't think he's going to quite walk away with it. I think he's going to have a little work to do.
Caden rockets out of turn number 6, right up against the wall, running the high line once again out of turn number 1 NASCAR, and then drops it down closer to the apron over there in 2, while 6E Eric Burrell runs the high side. A little bit further away around to go the high side, but obviously gets a heck of a push out of turn number 2 down into the braking zone for the bus stop, as again he continues to try and chip away at the lead that Caden has. As Caden out of the bus stop now, back into NASCAR turn number 3, runs a high line one more time around some of the back markers as he's now working his way through the center and then drops back down towards the apron of NASCAR turn number 4. Get down the front straightaway one more time. Looks like he's going to have to work his way around some slower riders. White flag in hand with our race starter, letting Caden know he's got his final lap started. Looks like 6E Eric Burrell's not able to chip away much of a lead at that time. Here's the battle for third at the line. It's going to be Bush with Jeff Nelson right there. So those guys are having a heck of a battle of who's going to stand on that step of the podium, as bike number 8T, John Turner, right in there with them.
You throw a blanket over those guys. You see this little cluster of 3 right here? That's going to be real exciting. They're making their way around your screen right now. They are heading towards, there we go, the horseshoe. Some real tight racing in this class. Race number 3 out of 13 races today. Thanks for tuning back in, everybody. We appreciate
First
you.
call. First call for Formula Thunder, race number 4, presented by Elite Construction Concepts. Again, first call for race number 4, Formula Thunder and Next Gen Superbike 2 Lightweight and Battle of the Twins 2. You guys are up here in just a moment. Again, it is first call for race number 4, Formula Thunder, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight and Battle of the Twins 2. First call. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Bunch of back-to-backs, but I gotta get it ready.
All right, last lap out, last lap. Let's take a look at that race monitor again, see where we are at. This is your top 9. Top 10.
Race leader 784, Christopher Caden, continues to run away with this one. Burrell trying to catch him, but I not think he's going to end up coming up just a bit short, as Caden's working his way through the back section of the NASCAR track over turns 3 and 4, waiting for him to come back into view here in just a minute. As here he is at the exit of 4. Burrell's there, but still a good 20 bike lengths adrift, so it looks like unofficially it's going to be 784, Christopher Caden taking the unofficial win. Then bike number 6E, Eric Burrell, Coming up there in that second place position. Who's going to hold on to that third place position? Is it going to be Bush or Nelson at this lap? It is going to be 197 William Bush taking the third, and bike number 020 Jeff Nelson just coming on off the podium unofficially back there in fourth. Then it looks like bike number 81T John Turner rounding out your top five. Back in that sixth place position, it is 155 Scott Unger back in sixth. 68R Craig Grantham back in seventh. 502 John Burden rounding out your top eighth. 243 still Steve Wilkening back there in ninth. And then looks like 898 Jaron Sadaka back there in 10th, just nipping 67 Mark Perrone at the line for 11th with 640 Jay Letts back there in 12th. Okay.
Alrighty, race fans. Let's go see the actual results from our friends over at Speed Hive and see where we are at. This is all mixed classes. Speed Hive does not separate them out, unfortunately. So this is everybody. You can see by their times.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 4. Formula Thunder presented by Elite Construction Concepts. Next Gen Superbike Lightweight presented by Pool Professor of Tallahassee, and Battle of the Twins 2 presented by Moto Course Performance. Second call for race number 4. Second call.
Alrighty,
Announce
race
to
fans.
control.
Let's get ready for our next
Seconds
grid.
gone out. Just let me know when it's time to do third.
Let's get ready for race number 4. Formula Thunder. Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. Battle of the Twins 2.
Got quite a few back-to-backs in this one, so we're holding on second call, waiting for those guys to get themselves put together. Want to remind everybody, when you're done racing for the day, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave. Again, don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the day. Also, garage number 27 will take your empty fuel cans for disposal. Again, if you want to drop off your empty fuel cans at garage number 27, they can dispose of the cans for you. Attention out there in the paddock. Looks like we've got everybody where they need to be. Well, let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 4. Formula Thunder, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight in the Battle of the Twins 2. You folks are up right now. Bring them on up. We'll send you out for your race. Again, it is for third call. Third and final call for race number 4. Formula Thunder, presented by Elite Construction Concepts. The Next Gen Superbike Lightweight field, sponsored by Pool Professors of Tallahassee. And the Battle of the Twins 2. Field presented by Moto Course. Again, it is third and final call for race number 4. Formula Thunder, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, and Battle of the Twins 2. Third call, race number 4. Okay, third's gone out.
One of our viewers, Matt Muldoon, says that Race Monitor is working again, so let's go look at it. I like their layout a little bit better, so I'm a little biased. There we go.
Be 2 waves, 4 clipboards.
indeed looks like it's up. So thanks, Matt. Thanks for the note. I'll try to go over there and double check it as we get going. But a great Moto Classic event here at Daytona International Speedway, part of a series of race events going on for this season. This is Jackie Van Ham and Mr. Jay McMacken out here doing all of your commentary and all the grid calls. This event is one of 4 awesome Moto Fests that's going on this season here at Heartland, Laguna Seca, and at Barber. So those are the big Moto Fests with road and dirt and parties, and there's a swap meet and a bike show and food trucks and all sorts of fun stuff going on. There's 4 of those on top of our regular race program that's, I don't know, probably about a dozen races throughout the rest of the year. So for more information on any of these events, make sure you go track down www.AHRMA.org.
As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there for the Formula Thunder presented by Elite Construction Concepts. Row number 1, 15R J.M. Padron, 796 Paul Vance, 329 Matthew Crabtree, and 00 Edward Sullivan. Row number 2, it's 4X Irvin Kolick and 553 Paul Canale, and also 197 William Bush. Row number 3, it's 901 Sean V, 60X Rob Wyans, 68R Craig Grantham, and 090 Arch York. Row number 4, it's 506 Charles Worley, 212 Israel Gillette, and 42R Jason Smith. Row number 5, it's 660 John Beldock, 85C Christopher Dooley, 432 Ned Heidel, and 229X Darren James. Row number 6, it's 447 Amet Acaden, 221C Benedetto Cardella, and 214 Chris Knopp. And on row number 7, it's 2H Josh Heron, 13X Steve Metz, and 898 Jared Sadaka. For the Formula Thunder field, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts LLC, the Formula Thunder is in its 4th season and where all the fastest modern bikes race heads up. Open to all next-gen superbikes, Sound of Thunder and Battle of the Twins motorcycle, even Sound of Singles and Open 2-strokes can get out there and enjoy the fray. For the next-gen superbike field, the lightweight field, sponsored by the Pool Professor of Tallahassee, back on row number 9, it's X42. Jonathan Hollingsworth, 139 David Wallace, 447 Peter Nicolosi, and R92 Dan Waite. Row number 10, it's 62X Robert Himmelman, 936 Kurt Hoff, X2 Bobby Birdsall. Row number 11, it's 949 Keith Powell, X95 Andrew Malk, 21G Gus Christensen, and 721W Stuart Ray. Row number 12, it's 478 Tom Edelson, 700 Cameron Crockett, and R23 Jason Reeves. And row number 13, it's going to be bike number 92R, William Brian Wells. The next-gen Superbike lightweight field, sponsored by the Pool Professor of Tallahassee and Brian Wells. The Pool Professor of Tallahassee is a swimming pool service, repair, remodel, and installation company in Tallahassee, Florida. They are pleased to sponsor the next-gen lightweight class and look forward to supporting and growing AHRMA for years to come. The class itself is new. It's new to the field in 2018, and it was created to showcase what was raced in the 80s through the early 90s. Eligible machines in this class can be from any market in the world. Period OEM and race team paint schemes are strongly encouraged. Some of the bikes you might see out there in the grid might be the Moto YB7, the Honda Hawk, and the VFR 500 Interceptors. Also VFR 400s and NC30s. Suzuki GS 500s are equally represented out there, as are the early model FZ600s, FCR 400s, and Yamaha's RZ350. For the Battle of the Twins field, back on row 15, it's going to be 720 Clint Austin, 690 Ralph Starpoli, 45C Carl Cohen, and 50X Tony Prust. Row number 16 is 232 Jose Contreras, 69B Matthew Estelle, and 114 Trip Nobles. And then row number 17, rounding out your field, of bike number 69A Carl Estelle. For the Battle of the Twins 2, this is sponsored by Moto Course Performance and Chris Boy. South Florida's Moto Course Performance sponsors the Battle of the Twins 2 class, an experienced Ducati specialist. They can build, customize, and maintain customer street bikes at the highest level. With the expertise in NCR Ducatis and AHRMA race bikes, you're invited to visit them online at www.motocourseperformance.com. The class itself is the Battle of the Twins is 0 to 904cc, open to all air-cooled twins up to 904 cc's. The air-cooled bikes have been obsoleted by new technology, but remain a favorite of builders, racers, and fans, and AHRMA's made a home for them here. So on the track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buell. That is your field here for race number 4, Formula Thunder, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, and Battle of the Twins 2. And they're still moving some people around on the grid down there.
There's some people running around.
Yeah, trying to figure out who's supposed to be where.
Just checking my cameras, friends, for those of you following along at home. We're sitting in a big glass box, and they're melting pretty much.
Yeah, the sun's about ready to go behind us, thank goodness.
Yeah, we're in the home stretch though. We've only got about another 30 minutes before it moves past the building, and then we'll be good to go. So super heavy Ducati class out there. Lots of Ducatis racing.
Yeah, this is the duck pond.
This is the duck pond, Jesus.
As the green flag waves, looks like 796. Paul Vance drops the hammer from row number 1 to lead the field down into turn number 1. Looking back up through the starting grid, waiting for the Battle of the Twins 2 to get going as they're focused on the starter. As the green flag flies, looks like 45C Carl Cohen got the jump, but missed a gear as everybody else goes flying by. Looks like 720 Clint Austin and 690 Ralph Starpoli are the first and second to lead that field down into turn number 1. A little bit of a delayed start there as they were trying to get one of the racers back over the wall. Want to remind the guys out there, when you're out there on the grid, if your bike stalls and you're asked to get off of the grid, make sure you move yourself over to the inside wall, then get over the wall as quickly as possible. That's one of the reasons why we had such a delay. We cannot have anybody on hot pit lane that doesn't belong there. So again, need to get yourself over against the wall, or get the bike against the wall, and get your body over the wall if you can. That'll help us speed things along. Meanwhile, one rider way out front here in the Formula Thunder class. It looks like Josh Aaron was supposed to be back on row number 7. I kind of wonder if that isn't him, because he was blisteringly fast yesterday. You know, 796 Paul Vance, he got a great jump, but I'm not sure if he's got that much horsepower. We're going to find out here as the race leader rockets around the low line on NASCAR's turn number 4 onto the front straightaway, heading down towards the tri-oval.
And there's our leader.
That is Paul Vance.
Oh.
At the line, no, it was 15R, J.M. Padron. He's out there flying along. Then it's the 796, Paul Vance. Then it's going to be 00, Edward Sullivan, 229X, Darren James, then 214, Chris Knopp. Rounding out your top 5. 329, Matthew Crabtree out there in 6th. 553, Paul Canale there in 7th. 212, Israel Gillette back in 8th. 660, John Beldock in 9th. And 090, Arch York rounding out your top 10. As bike number 15R, J.M. Padron, really setting a blistering pace here in the opening lap, now running lap number 2. He's all the way down into turn number 5, while 796 Paul Vance working his way through the dog leg himself. A good 40 to 50 bike lengths adrift, and then 00 Edward Sullivan solidly back there in 3rd is James Knopf and Crabtree running pretty much nose to tail down into turn number 5 themselves. J.M. Padron, meanwhile, the leader, race leader, out of turn number 6 onto the high banking one more time through NASCAR's 1 and 2, runs it right up against the wall here, taking a high line through turn number 1. Obviously, the long way around the track, but the fast way around the track, as he's tucked in behind the fairing, has that throttle pinned, chin on the gas tank, out of turn number 2, down the back straightaway he goes.
And we just had a great little knot of these 4 motorcycles right here that are now going through the horseshoe, diving all together into one. Cool. Excellent racing.
Cool.
That's not the widest part of the track to accomplish that, so I was pretty impressed with that.
Bike number 15R, JM Padron, once again running the high line out of NASCAR turn number 3, then through 4, dives down the banking to bring it right down on the apron at the exit of 4 as he runs right down the middle of the front straightaway headed towards the tri-oval. About a half a front straightaway lead as he starts into the tri-oval. Second place going to be 796 Paul Vance, just coming out of exit of turn number 4 as he crosses the line there in second. Third place looks like it's going to be 00 Edward Sullivan across the line. Then the battle for 4th through 5th. It's 329 Matthew Crabtree working his way forward. Sets his sights on Sullivan's tail section to try and put himself up on the podium. 229 James Darren back there solidly rounding out your top 5 with 214 Chris Knott back in tow. 553 Paul Canale still back there in 7th. 212 Israel Gillette still in 8th. 4X Irvin Kolek back at 9th. And 197 William Bush round out your top 10.
All right, let's take a glance over at Speed Hive and see what is going on over there.
What do you need? I did not get race 3 results. Just last time. Okay.
JM Padron one more time on bike number 15R out of turn number 6. Once again, right up to the wall. There on the NASCAR turns 1 and 2 on the banking. He likes that high line, and it seems to be working for him as he rockets around the top of the line over through turn number 2. Now pulls it down a little bit in the center and gets a great drive one more time down that back straightaway. Looks like he's opened up a full back straightaway lead between he and second place rider 796 Paul Vance as Padron drops down into the bus stop of the braking zone, then working his way through the chicane. Paul Vance solidly back there in second. A battle shaping up between Sullivan, Crabtree, and James as those three work their way down into the braking zone into the bus stop. Looks like Knopf might have tried to pass James back there, but not quite sure, as you could throw a blanket over those three as they hit the bus stop, now working their way through the chicane and starting to spread out again. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 15R, JM Padron, down across the tri-oval one more time to see the green and white flags let him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go as he continues to stretch out his lead over second place rider 796 Paul Vance. Vance has about that same distance from him. Here's the back to third, and here is the battle for third at the line. Looks like it's going to be Sullivan, but here comes Crabtree charging hard with Darren James right back there in that 5th place position as he's still within striking distance as they kind of even out through turn number 1 over into turn number 2. So Crabtree obviously stalking Sullivan for that last step of the podium, but Darren James right still back there on 229X, wanting to put himself possibly on the podium himself as everybody runs. Oh, looks like Darren James takes a little bit of a wide line out of the International Horseshoe and says, that's it, guys. He hangs a left and back into the pits he goes. Tough break for 229X. Darren James, as he's retired early from this race. He dove down into the International Horseshoe and the bike went a little bit wide, and he just said nope, thought the better of it, stood the bike up and went through the grass. So looks like it's a 2-horse race for that 3rd place podium step as bike number 00 Edward Sullivan holding on to it. 329 Matthew Crabtree continues to stalk him for it as bike number 15R JM Padron has lit the afterburners and continues to pull away from second place rider 796 Paul Vance.
Dan Waite, Robert Himmelman having quite a battle out there between the two of those folks. Trip Nobles just crossing the line. Carl Cohen and Tony Prust right behind him. Prust like rust.
$15R JM Padron down that back straightaway front straightaway one more time through the tri-oval. He had to get around some slower back markers, but they didn't seem to cause him any grief as he took the high line and just rocketed right around him. Then next across the line should be 796 Actually, no, there's 796 Paul Vance. He's still got 3 slower riders in front of him to see how that's going to work. Looks like bike number 329, Matthew Crabtree, pulled the trigger, made the move, puts himself up on the podium. So now it's 0-0. Edward Sullivan's turn to stalk Crabtree to see if he can claw his way back on the podium. Meanwhile, Crabtree no less determined to put his head down and try and check out. They're going to run up on the backs of those 3 slower riders as they dive down to the International Horseshoe. Meanwhile, Sullivan feeling really racy, tries to show a wheel to Crabtree, thinks the better of it, drops back in line. Sullivan now right on the tail section of Crabtree as they're out of the exit of the International Horseshoe. Looks like Crabtree gets a great drive. Sullivan not so much as he gets checked up just a moment at the dog leg, but that gave Crabtree the breathing room he needed to try and stretch out as there's about 12 to 14 bike lengths between those two as they roll through the center of the West Horseshoe. Meanwhile, J.M. Padron on 15R all the way over through the exit of NASCAR turn 1 into 2, up once again, taking the high line by the wall. Then 796 Paul Vance running up to the wall himself there through NASCAR 1 and 2. Then Crabtree continues to gap out Sullivan as they take to the high bankings themselves.
Top right of your screen is where those bikes are at right now, over on the high banks of Daytona's notorious, infamous 31-degree high banks of this NASCAR oval track that will also be known as turns 1 and 2 for the NASCAR track.
700 is off track.
And they are now making their way towards the backside of the track.
Are we going to need to drag for pickup?
Yes, he does.
Copy that.
It looks like we're going to have race leader coming back around here in just one moment.
J.M. Padron once again across the start-finish line to see the white flag. as he dives down into turn number 1 trying to get around some of the back markers. Then it's going to be 796 Paul Vance one more time. He sees the white flag. Here comes your third place rider, bike number 329, Matthew Crabtree, made the move the lap before and has managed to pull out about 20 to 25 bike lengths over Edward Sullivan. So Crabtree solidly there on that third step of the podium. Sullivan back there in 4th, and then 214 Chris Knopp rounding out your top 5 is once again J.M. Padron, bike number 15R, picking his way through some of the back markers as he's going to encounter some more lap traffic. 796 Paul Vance still back there working through the lap traffic himself, but I don't think he's going to be able to cover nearly enough ground as Padron put his head down early on in this one and basically ran away with the field, with Paul Vance back there in that second place position as he's picking his way through traffic over coming up on turn number 6 here in this final lap. Lost Padron. He's got to be back over in the back section somewhere.
Back straight.
He's got a pretty bright bike. There he is, yeah, back straight there. 15R J.M. Padron down at the bus stop and through the chicane one more time on this final lap as he's out of the bus stop now, back up again, right up against the wall, rocketing around the high line there in NASCAR's turns number 3 over through 4 as he's really flying around some of the back markers. Now moves down towards the center of the track, tucked in behind the fairing, working the outside draft as here he comes flying down the front straightaway. Looks like he's going to be next to cross the line. 2 riders in front of him are going to be just missing the checker as he gets the checker, unofficially taking the win. Then it's going to be bike number 796, Paul Vance. Vance working his way out of turn number 5, or rather NASCAR's turn number 4, onto the front straightaway through the tri-oval. 796, Paul Vance taking the unofficial second there. Then it looks like it's going to be 329, Matthew Crabtree taking the unofficial third. Attention out in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 5, the sidecars. You guys are up here in just a moment. First call for race number 5, the sidecars. You're up in just a moment. First call for race number 5. Go for announce. Talk to me. Attention out there in the paddock. Want to let everybody know that tomorrow, for those of you who might be sticking around, there will be a board meeting, and it'll be open to AHRMA members. Still trying to get a location and a time for that. But again, if you're hanging around tomorrow, would you like to stop by and you got time to do it, the AHRMA is going to have an open board meeting so the members can come by and talk or participate in the board meeting itself. I don't have a time or location. We'll get that to you soon. But again, there is an open board meeting for tomorrow if anybody is still sticking around and not headed home tonight. Sorry about that.
Ned Heidel, who was chatting with me over on the internet on one of the other streams, known as the polite backmarker, I think he was calling himself, just crossed the finish line.
Jay,
Yeah, go ahead.
the
Alrighty, gang, and that is going to be wrapping up our race. Let's head on over to the next.
Attention up the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for the sidecars. Race number 5. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it's second call. Second call for the sidecars. Race number 5. Second call for the sidecars. Second call.
All right.
Announce the control.
Sidecars coming up next. Always popular. The very first time sidecars have ever raced on the high banks. Thank you, Mr. Larry Coleman, who I saw just jumped on the live feed. Thanks for watching, and thanks for the information. I appreciate you. We miss you out here. Larry Coleman, part of an exhibition sidecar event that was here a couple of years back, but this is the first race that's been held here for sidecars in all of the Daytona history since 1959. Doesn't that seem crazy? But I might be a little biased. I happen to very much enjoy sidecars.
Go for announce. I'm here.
All right, it's at the Daytona Hotel, which is
Attention out in the paddock. It looks like we've got everybody cleaned up out there, everything taken care of. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 5, sidecars. You folks are up right now. Again, it's third and final call for the sidecar group. You folks want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your race. Again, third and final call for the sidecars. Bring them on up, please.
free clipboard.
Good thing I can multitask.
I know. Jay and I are holding it down up here. There's lots of papers. There's lots of computers. Lots of stuff going on up here. I figured I'd go ahead and throw the map of the Daytona track up on the screen right now. That way you can see a little bit of what we were talking about. We are sitting right now, as we speak, at the very, very bottom of your screen. That's where we are living, on the outside of the track, however. So we're about 5 miles away from the track and from everybody. We're way up here in the glass booths. But we've got a great view of everything, so I'm trying to use my GoPros up here. I'm a one-woman army streaming this for you, so I've got all my little cameras and gadgets and things up here, but there's just papers and computers and all sorts of stuff going on. But we're having fun and bringing you these awesome races yesterday and today here at the AHRMA Classic Moto Fest of Daytona. Now let's go back down to the track and see some of these awesome sidecars.
As the racers get ready to take the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there. Row number 1 for the modern sidecar TT2, it's going to be 14 SC Peter SF, and then bike number 8 NZ Tony Dukas. Then for the modern sidecar Formula 2 presented by Pink Power, over on row number 1, it's going to be 68Z Wade Boyd and 17 Frank Riolo. For the modern sidecar F1, sponsored by Barnett Clutches and Cables, it's going to be 64B Bill Weimeroth, and then it's bike number 202 Bernard Julie. Row number 8 is going to find the Formula Classic SC4 class. It's going to be bike number 534 Jeffrey Dixon. For the Lost Era sidecar SC3, back on row number 10, it's going to be 981 Timothy O'Brien. For the Super Vintage SC2 field, presented by Classic Motorcycle Racing Foundation, it's going to be on row number 12. It's going to be bike number 1, Tim Joyce, and 46X, Brian Rammer. Then row number 13, it's going to be 71R, Ben Sloter. For the Vintage Sidecar SC1 field, back in row number 15, it's going to be bike number 10P, Michael Platt. And then for the Classic Big Wheel entry, sponsored by Mad Rat's Fubar Garage, it's going to be bike number 47S, Dutch Stuyvesant. For the sidecars, AHRMA is the premier sidecar organization in North America, hosting more sidecar races and racers than any other North American organization. Over 50 sidecar teams have raced with AHRMA in 2021 across 22 races from coast to coast. There are both vintage and modern classes, each having their own unique characteristics. In the vintage class, you'll see both left and right side chairs. The right side chairs favor left-hand turns, which are counterclockwise tracks, and the opposite is true for the left side chairs. With mixed chair outfits on the track, you'll see a lot of passing at speeds, or as the speeds change dramatically between and left and right hand corners. Skinny tires on the vintage rigs equate to drifting and sliding, where the modern rigs will perform more like a Formula One car. The modern classes run sleek, spaceship-like outfits with modern 600cc or 1000cc four-stroke engines. The outfits are purpose-built and resemble a modern race car more than a motorcycle. Teamwork is obviously vital, as the rider and the passenger must work together, especially for the passenger. It's very physical work. A strong body core is essential for the passenger. A low center of gravity is essential for cornering, along with the passenger transferring weight to the proper position. Vintage classes include SC1 Vintage Sidecar, which this is a vintage front exit outfits built prior to 1968. Engines are air-cooled, 2 strokes up to 350 and 4 strokes up to 650. Wheels must be spoked and at least 15 inches in diameter, and tires can be no wider than 4.5 inches. SC2 Super Vintage Sidecars, by far the most popular sidecar class. These are vintage front exit outfits built up to 1972. Engines are air-cooled, 2-stroke up to 500 cc's and 4 strokes up to 750 cc's. Popular examples include the BMW R75, Yamaha's XS650, and Moto Guzzi's 750 powered rigs. Like SC1, these rigs run the skinny tires. SC3, which is the Lost Era sidecars, these are front or rear exit outfits built up to 1977. 2-stroke engines to 550 cc's and 4 strokes to 487 cc's. What's the matter?
This rig just cut through the grass.
Okay.
Sorry, made me laugh.
SC4, the Formula Classic sidecars, are front or rear exit outfits built up to 1981. A variety of power plants up to 1300 cc's are used. And then Bears, which are the big wheel sidecars, a minimum of 17-inch wheel requirements. The rigs are based on Bear class motorcycles with relatively stock components and no streamlining. Modern classes include F1 and F2. These are 1000cc power plants. F1 has a long wheelbase, F2 has the short wheelbase. Then you've got the TT1 and TT2. These are 600cc power plants built to FIM rules. The TT1 has the long wheelbase and the TT2 has the short wheelbase. For the classic big wheel sidecar, this is sponsored by Mad Rats and Fubar. Mad Rats Racing is a family-based team out of Kittanning, Pennsylvania, committed to the excitement of entry-level sidecar racing. Fubar Garage is a family-oriented garage owned by Jim Venzel, located in Apollo, Pennsylvania, dedicated to providing quality mechanical services at an affordable cost. For the Sidecar Formula Classic SC4 class, this is sponsored by Ton Up North Carolina. It's a nonprofit organization promoting the riding, racing, and restoration of vintage motorcycles through education and outreach. The Lost Era Sidecar SC3 class is sponsored by Brave Bull Racing. The Modern Sidecar TT2 class is sponsored by Jessup Enterprises as the field takes off down in through turn number 1. Here's the start of the 6-lap race number 5. Once again, Modern Sidecar TT2s are sponsored by Jessup Enterprises. Jim Essif of Jessup Enterprises shared that as he got older, the aches and pains grew, so a couple of years ago he started using CBD products. CTFO has many CBD and non-CBD products available and performs third-party testing so you know what is on the label is also what is in the products. These are law enforcement's tested no THC. Rasic and CBD are a perfect fit and you can relieve pain without affecting the brain. Become a preferred customer at www.jess-cbd.com or see them at the racetrack. For the Modern Sidecar USF1, these are sponsored by Barnett Clutches and Cable, and the Modern Sidecar F2 is sponsored by Pink Power. That is how the field stacks up as the race leaders are already working their way through the West Horseshoe. Everybody's starting to stream single file down that little chute into turn number 6, waiting for them to hit the high bankings here on the west end of the track in just a moment.
For those of you watching along at home, they are now currently at the top right-hand side of your screen.
Somebody got a late start. The faster modern rigs getting up to speed as they rocket out of turn number 2 down that back straightaway. Everybody tucked in behind the fairings, trying to get as aerodynamic as they can as they accordion up at the bus stop, then over working their way through the exit of the chicane back onto the banking for NASCAR's turns 3 and 4.
We had a pair going side by side on the high banks, just coming out of what would be NASCAR 2. That was
Cool.
pretty rad. That's the place where there's enough room for the sidecars, I think.
Yeah, the high banks would be about it.
All right, let's take a look at the back.
Race leaders out of turn number 4. 4 rigs pretty much nose to tail out of 4 down the front straightaway, waiting for them to come across start finish line. Looks like it's going to be the bike of 8NZ, the team of Dukas and Dukas. Then bike number 17, Riolo and Stefaniak. Then bike number 14, SF with his passenger, I believe it's Crowns' passenger. And then 68Z, Wade Boyd, so the team of Boyd and Lindbauer, as they're all pretty much nose to tail through the exit of 1 over into 2. SF trying to work a pass on Riolo, thinks the better of it, sits right there behind him as Boyd and Lindbauer back there watching it all unfold up front. Tony Dukas and Dukas on 8NZ really putting their head down, trying to check out on the field. Meanwhile, SF right on the back doorstep of Riolo, but Riolo stretches it out by a couple of bike links or rig links as they're out of the exit of the International Horseshoe, turn number 3 over through turn number 4, the dog leg, back down towards the West Horseshoe.
This mark is non-classified.
Working his way, or looking their way out through the field. It's in that 5th place position. It's the team of Joyce and Schulke. Then 6th place right now on 46X is the team of Rammer and Rammer. 7th overall is bike number 71R, Sloter and Pluta. Position number 8 is bike number 981, O'Brien and Kramer. 9th place position is 534, the team of Dixon and Korn. And that's still waiting for that 10th place position. Should be 64B, Wilmer Roth and Dottie, waiting for them to come around.
A pair side by side.
Yep.
Duke in it out. This looks like some of the older style sidecars. Of course, look at these beauties go. Just battling it out side by side.
Nope, it's going to be 47X, the team of Stuyvesant and Hogue holding on to that top 10th position, just nipping 10P, the team of Michael Platt there, who's back there in 11th.
51.
Where's my race leaders? I've lost them. They're spreading out.
Thank you.
I think race leaders are through 1 over to 2.
I think they're these guys.
Oh, nope, they're there.
At 4, coming right now.
Told you I lost them. Aw, Dukas and Dukas has lost the pace.
Come right now.
No, they're not. They're still back there in 3rd.
Yeah, they're all right.
Bit of a change up there on this last lap. Looks like, I'm not sure if it's SF out front with Wade right behind him as they cross the start-finish line. Yeah, it's SF and Boyd running pretty much nose to tail. Tony Dukas back there on 8NZ drops back to third overall. Bike number 17, Riolo and Stefaniak still back there in 4 as they take a little bit of wide line down into turn number 1, then square it off trying to get a good drive out of turn number 2. Meanwhile, SF stretches it out with Boyd trying to reel him in down in the braking zone for the International Horseshoe as SF takes a pretty wide line through the center of the horseshoe trying to carry as much speed as he can. Looked like Boyd pinched it down, carrying a little bit tighter line and didn't quite get the drive he was looking for as Dukas on bike number 8NZ tried to pick up the draft and worked his way around it, but looks like Boyd stretches it out. I believe Boyd's out there on 1,000 where SF is on a 600, and I believe Dukas is also on a 600 since those guys are running TT2 versus TT1. Actually, no. I'm sorry, Formula 1. Yep, Formula 1's the bigger ones. TT2s have the 600cc power plants in them.
Brian Rammer and Rammer, Team Rammer and Rammer, 46X, just now crossing the finish.
Yeah, definitely.
With Ben Sloter and Team Pluta. O'Brien and Adam Kramer.
Race leaders take to the top of the back up to the top of the banking, rather. I would say SF running a lower line, Boyd running a much higher line, getting a great drive, is stretching out the power of that 1,000cc bike, or rig as you would call it, as he rockets out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. SF back there on a smaller 600, but still holding on as they kind of accordion back up through the bus stop, back over in through now the chicane as SF once again closes within about 3 bike lengths of Boyd as they run pretty much nose to tail, both of them flying back up to the top of the high banks through NASCAR turns number 3. Looks like SF dropping down a little bit more towards the center of the track, trying to cut down a little bit on the distance they have to
On the
go
left-hand side of
as
your
they
screen.
rocket out of turn number 4 onto the front straightaway one more time. Ticket.
I was just saying, it's right now on the left-hand side of your screen,
Okay.
those of you watching at home. Pretty good battle going on.
At the line, Wade, Boyd, and Lindenbauer lead this one over 14. Peter SF and his passenger. Then it's going to be 8NZ, Dukas and Dukas across the line. Then Riolo and Stefaniak rounding out your top 4 as Boyd slows it down a little bit, and that allows SF to close in on the brakes, and now it pretty much nose to tail out of turn number 2. So the 600 doesn't quite have the horsepower, but definitely has the handling as SF dives down the inside over into turn number 3, the International Horseshoe, as he gets a little bit out of shape there, but SF putting the power down, no less determined to try and stretch it out. Boyd kind of
This
hangs
great
back a
battle
little
between
bit
some
for
of the
about
old-time hacks.
6 to 8, 12 bike lengths behind them as they go through the dog leg over into turn number 4, down into turn number 5. But I have a feeling when they get up here on the high banks of turns number 1 and 2, Boyd's just going to let that beast breathe and reel in SF as they're out of turn number 5 over to 6. SF, meanwhile, knows that's going to happen, so he's doing everything he can to open up as big a gap as he can as they hit turn number 6 now. Out of 6, heading for the high banking one more time. SF's got a pretty good lead that time as he runs it right up to the wall through NASCAR turn number 1. Still running the high line, trying to use the side draft off the wall as he's out of turn number 1 over to turn number 2 for NASCAR. Meanwhile, Boyd taking a much lower line once again, letting that 1,000cc breathe quite a little bit. But SF's managed to hold a pretty good lead that time. Boyd not able to reel him in quite as well as he had the last couple of laps they've been running. So SF's still got a strong lead as he's down into the braking zone for the bus stop rather, over in through the chicane and back up onto the back straightaway through NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. Meanwhile, looks like 8NZ Tony Dukas got a pretty substantial lead, 3rd overall in his class, with bike number 17, Riolo and Stefaniak back there holding on to that 4th place position as the halfway flags are out for these guys, letting them know they got 3 done and 3 left to go. Here comes your race leader, bike number 14, Peter Asaf, and his passenger as they work their way through the tri-oval one more time. It looks like Boyd and Lindenbauer trying to reel him in, but not able to do much that time as they dive down into turn number one more time. Going to have to go around a slower rider as they accordion back up through the exit of turn number 1 over to turn number 2.
Oh, and some
Looks like Esif gets around the back marker a little bit, gets checked up a little bit, and that allows Boyd to close right back up on him. About 2 bike lengths, now 3, as Esif once again, he's got the exit of that International Horseshoe absolutely nailed with his gearing, as once again he stretches out 10 to 12 rig lengths over Boyd and Lindenbauer as they work their way through turn number 4, the dog leg, over to turn number 5, the West Horseshoe. Peter Esif out of turn number 5 over into 6, but it looks like Boyd and Lindenbauer chipped away a little of his lead over there through that area, so that duo worked their way out of turn number 6 onto the high banks one more time. Once again, Peter Esif gets a great drive out of 1, NASCAR 1, runs it right up to the top of the wall. Boyd trying to reel him in, taking a more of a midline, trying to cut down on some of the distance he has to go as they're through the exit of 2, down that back straightaway one more time. Boyd now picking up the slipstream draft, really starting to reel in SF, closing in on him heavily. Not sure if he's going to get him before they get to the braking zone, but closing massively down to about 3 rig lengths, now 2 as they work their way through the bus stop over into the chicane. But it looks like Boyd might have got himself just a little bit jammed up there as he slowed a little bit dramatically, and that allowed SF to get a great drive out of the bus stop over into NASCAR's 3 and 4. SF taking a high line, Boyd once again taking the low line, trying to cut down the distance as here they come out of NASCAR turn number 4 one more time. Boyd right there trying to pick up the slipstream draft once again, 1,000 versus a 600. Boyd now right on the tail section of SF as they're trying to go around another rig. Boyd thinking about trying to use a slingshot pass, but couldn't quite make it work as he'd ended up in the chair of another rig, takes the better of it as the white flag comes out there side by side down into turn number 1. Boyd now slips around to the outside into the lead as they come up through turn number 2, having to get around some of the slower back markers. They do. They said, "Excuse me, pardon me, and out of my way," as Boyd still leading SF down in the braking zone for the International Horseshoe on the last lap. Boyd takes a tight line. SF sliding sideways, keeps the power down and just motors around the outside of Boyd over at the International Horseshoe. What a move.
What a race going on right
Let's
now.
go first
Holy
call. First call for
smokes.
race number 6. First call for race number 6, Sound of Thunder 2. You'll be up in just a moment. First call, race number 6, first call. Could hardly get that call out as these guys are going after each other out there. A 600 versus 1,000. SF on bike number 14. Boyd out there on 68. Z is there pretty much nose to tail out of 5. Looks like SF gets another good drive through turn number 6, headed to the NASCAR turn number 1, banking on the final time. Boyd looks like he's dropped back again a little bit. Not sure if he's having a bit of a motor problem or what, as they both run right up towards the high line. SF holds about 12 to 14 rig lengths as they're rolling through the center of the high, banking once again. SF keeps the high line. Boyd drops down low. Here they come. Boyd once again really pouring it on as they're out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Boyd trying to pick up the draft, closing within 2, now 3, now 2, now 1 bike lengths or rig lengths as they're nose to tail through the bus stop here on an exciting final lap. SF on a 600, Boyd on 1,000. SF once again works his way through the S's over there at the chicane, but Boyd still right there within striking distance, about 5 bike lengths of adrift as they rocket down turns number 3 and 4 one more time. Boyd really pouring it on now, picking up the draft right on the tail section of SF, works down the inside, so put Boyd up front on that 1,000 as they motor out of turn number 4. Boyd lets it run wide. Not sure if SF's going to have the motors. It looks like it's going to be bike number 68, Wade Boyd and Lindenbauer, just nipping Peter SF and his passenger at the line. That's first and second, and what a battle those two had here First time we've had the sidecars here on the big banks of Daytona, if I recall right from what we were talking yesterday, and this has been exciting. Looks like that third place position is going to belong to bike number 17, Riolo and Stefaniak, with bike number 8NZ, Tony Dukas and his passenger Dukas back there rounding out your top 4.
All righty.
Let's go second call. Second call, race number 6. Second call, race number 6, Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Boulder Motorsports.
speed.
You guys are up in here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 6. Second call for race number 6, Sound of Thunder 2, sponsored by Boulder Motorsports. Second call for race number 6. Wow, what a race.
What a great race.
Wow.
Excellent racing in this sidecar class.
That was cool to watch.
I love that it was very, very cat and mouse. There was a chess match. It was chess, not checkers, and they were waiting till the last lap to really, like, pull it out of the pocket and have this crazy pass happen in the horseshoe.
You can
and
bet
ended
that-
up in the grass.
You can bet that Pete probably had a smile a mile wide on his face when he motored around Wade over there at the exit of 3.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh,
he had
yeah.
that rig almost sideways and just went right around him.
And Dutch
That was
Stuyvesant
crazy.
and Team Hogue just now crossing start-finish in their classic rig, classic big wheel sidecar class. So some very exciting racing in the sidecars. They've been a crowd favorite, not just here, everywhere. Honestly, Jay,
Honest
everywhere they
control.
go,
Yeah, they're
everybody
good.
loves sidecars.
Go ahead.
We got any pickups?
Yes, we have a black coat.
Alrighty, then let's go ahead and get set for
Copy
the
that. I
next.
was kind of dragging just a little bit
next
because I kind of thought
race.
we would.
All right.
I'm on second, by the way.
Let's see here. Next race, that was race number 5, so we are now in race number 6. Sound of Thunder 2
Yep.
is what's up next.
Boulder Motorsports.
Go for Diane.
Sound of Thunder 2.
Got it. 3 boards, 1 way.
We've got one more making their way across start finish. It's a habit. I say start finish too, and it's not start finish here. It's just finish.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's just the finish line. The start line's down there. Absolutely right.
All right, let's get ready for the next class. Change these graphics. There we go. Alrighty. Well, we are getting ready for our next race, a very exciting sidecar race out there. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody, whether you're watching on our AHRMA Facebook page, on one of our Facebook share partners, or over on the YouTubes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of this Classic Moto Fest, AHRMA Classic Moto Fest here at Daytona International Speedway. It's been a hot second since we've been here racing again, and we're really excited to be here. The weather is spectacular. The track is amazing. It is huge. We are very spread out here. Lots of folks wanted to come race, and so they did. Lots of familiar faces, some new faces. Everybody wanted to come out and have that bucket list chance of racing these high banks here at Daytona. The Moto Fest, though, are not just road racing. We also do vintage motocross, vintage cross country. We had vintage flat track, short track racing last night. Really good time. We've got a swap meet, a bike show. We've had music, a party over at Daytona 1 across the street. Lots of great stuff going on during these Moto Fests powered by AHRMA, American Historic Racing Motorcycle Association. We've got 4 of them coming your way for 2022. This being the very first of those 4 Moto Fests, in addition to about a dozen other races around
While
the
we
United
got a break
States.
here, I had to go
The
retrieve
Moto
one of the
Fests are
rigs
gonna
out
be
there. I
here.
want to remind everybody
Heartland
that
in
tomorrow
Kansas
from
in
8
the
to
spring,
5,
Laguna
we will
Seca
have
a little later in
AHRMA
the
will
season,
have
and
this,
then our final
board
is
meeting over
at
there.
Barber.
It runs from 8 to 5. From 9 to 10, they'll have open comment sessions. So if anybody is still here tomorrow and would like to stop by from 9 to 10, they have open comments for the AHRMA members at the board meeting. It's going to be over at Daytona's Victory Circle Plaza across the street over here at the entertainment complex. It's in actually the lobby of the hotel. If you go in there and ask them where the trustee meeting is, they can go ahead and point you. The address for the hotel is 1870 Victory Circle. So again, board meeting tomorrow from 8 to 5. Open comments in the morning from 9 to 10. So if any AHRMA members are still here tomorrow, would like to stop in and make any open comments about today's or this year's activities, that will be open tomorrow for the board members, or the board meeting tomorrow from 8 to 5 over in the Daytona 1 area over in the hotel there. Also want to remind everybody, when you're done racing for the day, don't forget to turn in your rental transponders and also your empty race fuel cans. You can take them to garage number 27 for recycling. We can, I know those cans are always kind of a pain to get rid of, so if you want to drop off your empty used race fuel cans to garage number 27, that's where they're taking them. Also, the transponders, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing for the day. Where are we at?
Alrighty. And it looks like we are still getting ready. Do we have a little bit of a delay? There we go.
Attention out there in the paddock. Sorry for the slight delay. Let's go. Third call. Third and final call for race number 6. Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Boulder Motorsports. You guys are up right now if you want to bring them on up. Again, it is third call. Third and final call for race number 6. Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Boulder Motorsports. You guys are up right now. Again, third call. Third and final call for race number 6. Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Boulder Motorsports. Boulder Motorsports.
Boulder Motorsports. Yeah, you just heard Jay mentioning about delaying a little bit. That was actually just to help out. I think we've got racers that were back-to-back, or was there a sidecar that broke down?
We had to pick up a rig over there. I just didn't think it was going to take that long.
One of the sidecars had a little mechanical out there, so we had to go get them, and I think it took a little longer than we had anticipated. That's okay. We got them. No one was hurt, no injuries. That's all good stuff.
No harm, no foul.
It's vintage racing.
Yep.
Bikes break down, Jay. That's
Yep.
what happens. Bikes
I know.
break down. If you would like to join us for some of this racing action, however, by the way, if you love to wrench on old bikes, there's no better place to wrench on bikes than here in the paddock with about 200 other vintage bike nerds who love to work on old bikes also. For information, if you want to come racing with us, you can go to AHRMA.org. Please do check it out. A lot of these weekends we run a racing school, and you can get qualified, certified, and then race with us that same weekend. It isn't just old bikes, although we do specialize in old bikes. We also have several classes that feature more modern machines as well. So make sure you go out over to AHRMA.org for more information. Come race with us. It's a heck of a good time.
Here they come. As the racers take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up out there. On row number 1, 19 Nate Kern, 329 Matthew Crabtree, 03 Jesse Davison, 005 Teague Hobbs. Row number 2, it's 00 Edward Sullivan, 229X Darren James, and 6E Eric Burrell. Row number 3, it's 553 Paul Canale, 42L George Latakis, 901 Sean Beese, and 60X Rob Wines. Row number 4, it's 42R Jason Smith, 145 Brandon Gindelsperger, and then 090 Arch York. Row number 5, it's 506 Charles Worley, and 44X Irvin Kolick, and 4A John MacArthur, and 647 John Waverka. Row number 6, it's bike number 19M Philip Mirgliota, 740 Frank Sinderman, and bike number 088 Ken McAdams. Row number 7 at 69M, David Miller, 232 Jose Contreras, 121 Rhett Horton, and 282 Chris Sullivan. Row number 8, it's 371 David Vaughn, 85C Christopher Dooley, and 6A Tim Halsmer. Row number 9 is 2A Alex Spanos, 42 John Long, 987 Kevin Burnett, and X16 Ray Cole. Then row number 10, it's 660 John Beldock, 2H Josh Heron, 2B Christopher Mock, and then rounding out your field on row number 11 is bike number 66, Chuck Crocco, and 6R, Alex Ferreira. That is your field here for race number 6, the Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Boulder Motorsports. Since 2006, Boulder Motorsports has specialized in high-quality Ducati service and performance with one-on-one customer service. They provide knowledgeable information and comprehensive service solutions for the Ducati enthusiast and racers, housing one of the largest and most comprehensive Ducati parts inventories in the U.S. They cover everything from performance upgrades to simple hardware and maintenance items. The class itself, is Sound of Thunder 2, is open to any of AHRMA's Sound of Singles or Motard motorcycles. You'll also find liquid-cooled twins up to 850 cc's, unlimited air-cooled twins, and 3-cylinder machines to 675 cc's, like the Triumph Speed Triple 2-strokes, and 2-strokes are available up to 250 cc's out there. That is your Sound of Thunder 2, sponsored by Boulder Motorsports and Brian Sharp. Field gridding up out there, waiting for the riders to find their grid positions in anticipation of the start of this race.
Alrighty.
We have 5 people in one row. As the green flag waves, looks like it's bike number 19, Nate Kern, getting the jump on the field, but can't quite tell from here as they're about 150 yards away from my eyesight. Everybody there pretty much single file, first through fifth, as everybody's getting up to speed. Some mid-pack passing as one rider really charging hard down through turn number 1, getting a great start there. As the leaders work their way through the International Horseshoe, 2 riders going way wide out of the International Horseshoe, but still managing to get gathered back up as everybody's trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow. The faster riders in the back working their way forward as everybody now spread out single file, working their way through the dog leg back down that little short chute over to the West Horseshoe. We got a two-rider breakaway out of turn number 5 over into turn number 6. Going to be interesting to see what happens as they come through 6 and they hit the high banking. That's where the horsepower, or lack of, really starts to show up as the race leader rockets out of turn number 6 right up against the wall. Everybody moving to the high line, side by side racing for third. Now one of the riders really pouring it on. So third place now into second. Not sure who that is, but whoever it is, they got a ton of horsepower as they're down along the apron of NASCAR's turn number 2. Down the back straightaway they go, down into the braking zone of the bus stop over there. Waiting for everybody to come back around to complete lap number 1, and we'll get the running order in just a moment. I'm going to guess that's Josh Herron there in second.
Yeah, we're super pumped to have Josh Herron, American pro racer, here with us. Nate Kern, another pretty familiar pro race face
Pass for
to
the
us
lead as
here
the
at
lead
AHRMA.
riders work their way right around the outside wall up through NASCAR's turn number 3 and 4. And
Here they
now,
come.
whoever that mystery rider is leading the field down through turn number 1, or through the tri-oval at the line. I bet it's going to be Josh Herron, and it is. 2H,
With Nate
Josh
Kern.
Herron starting from way back in row number 10. Working his way to the lead on that last lap. Then it's 19, Nate Kern, right there behind him. Nate's absolutely flying. Then bike number 03, Jesse Davis. Davis right there on the tail section of Kern, showing him a wheel. They're nose to tail out of turn number 2. It looks like Kern gets it straightened out, but Jesse Davis right there on Kern's tail section. Then it's going to be bike number 005, Teague Hobbs out there, as he's running back there in that 4th place position as Davis continues to harass Kern for that second step on the podium. Meanwhile, 2H Josh Herron really taking off, stretching out his lead on this one.
Alrighty, as everybody's making their way through that international horseshoe in the middle section of the track. Let's go take a peek at race monitor.
I think Davis might have had a moment out there.
Here we go.
Because he's off pace.
Alrighty, as you can see, Josh Herron 1, Nate Kern 2, Jesse Davis 3, Teague Hobb 4, Ed Sullivan, very fast.
Yeah.
He had a great day here yesterday. Ed Sullivan, Paul Canale, very familiar name out here, very, very fast as well. Eric Burrell, some very familiar people racing with us. But again, Josh Herron and Nate Kern put up a really good battle yesterday.
2H Josh Herron really stretching out his lead. Then it's going to be 19 Nate Kern. I believe Jesse Davis, 03, had a bit of a moment back there, either in the dog leg or the West Horseshoe, as he dropped back quite a ways there on that one on that last lap. Not sure how that happened, but he was stalking Nate Kern, and then all of a sudden, as they came out through turn number 6 onto the back straightaway, Davis looked like he was back there in the fray between Teague Hobbs and Edward Sullivan, as Josh Herron just rocketed across the start-finish line. Here comes your second place rider, going to be bike number 19, Nate Kern, back there by himself. Here's the battle for third across the line this time. It is Jesse Davis, 000 Edwards, and 005 Teague Hobbs, as Davis, or Sullivan rather, trying to figure out how to get around Jesse Davis for that third step of the podium. Those two are pretty much nose to tail, while Teague Hobbs on 005 sits there and looks behind him. Meanwhile, Sullivan pulls the trigger, works around the outside of Davis, so puts Sullivan on that third step of the podium as they roll through the center of the International Horseshoe. Looks like everybody cleanly through there as Sullivan leads Davis and Hobbs down of turn number 3, down into the dogleg turn number 4. Meanwhile, Josh Herron all the way over at the exit of 6, hitting the high banks one more time as he rose through the gearbox right up next to the wall. Then it's going to be bike number 19, Nate Kern. He's still working his way through the entrance of 6, while Sullivan holds the lead over Davis and Hobbs as that trio works their way through turn number 6 themselves. Kern now right up against the wall over in turn number 1 for NASCAR. Meanwhile, bike number 2H Josh Herron all the way down the back straightaway into the bus stop area. So I don't know what Josh is riding today, but whatever it is beyond fast, as he is absolutely a rocket ship out there. Then it's going to be 19 Nate Kern. I believe he's on that BMW. They're working his way down into the braking zone. It looks like Davis managed to get a draft pass back against Sullivan, so Davis steps back up on the podium as he and Sullivan are pretty much nose to tail there. And here comes Teague Hobbs right there behind him, making it a three-way battle out of the chicane as race leader 2H Josh Herron once again rockets across the start-finish line, well over a full front straightaway lead. Looking back up to turn number 4, NASCAR 4, here comes 19, Nate Kern. So Josh Herron is just running away in another zip code. Here's your third battle for third as that trio working the draft down at turn number 4. NASCAR's turn number 4 down this front straightaway. Once again, it's going to be Davis leading Sullivan and Hobbs right there as they dive down in the braking zone in turn number 1. Sullivan taking a wide line and Hobbs going with him. So move Sullivan up to the top step. Teague Hobbs says, thank you, I'll step into 4th. And Davis went from engine to caboose back there from 3rd to 5th and all of about one turn going, wait a minute, how'd that happen? Well, now I know why it happened. The halfway flags are out, so whatever happens, once everybody sees the halfway flags, if something were to happen, it would be a complete race. So Sullivan says, this is my opportunity. I'm going for that third place position. Teague Hobbs right there behind him. 03, Jesse Davis back there in 5th, trying to hold on to those two, as Teague Hobbs now challenging Sullivan for that third step of the podium as they work their way out of the West Horseshoe down into turn number 6 one more time.
On the far right of your screen, you can see Josh Herron hitting the horseshoe right now. And Nate Kern, Teague at Sullivan, not far behind. Here is our very, very, very,
Race
very,
leader
very
by
fast
number
race leader.
2-8, Josh Heron, one
Coming
more
right
time,
now.
making it look easy as he flies out of the exit of NASCAR turn number 4 through the tri-oval one more time. So since everybody's
Boom.
seen halfway, whatever happens, this would be a complete race. Then 19, Nate Kern up against the high bank walls over NASCAR's 3 and 4, out for that battle for third. It looks like, I'm not sure, but I think Teague Hobbs managed to maybe wake his way in front of Sullivan, but they're a long ways off. We'll get a confirmation as those two are pushing each other hard down through turn number 4. NASCAR's 4 down to the apron. I believe it is Hobbs up front. Sullivan, though, working the draft pass, so put Sullivan back up to the lead. Teague Hobbs right there in third. Jesse Davis clawing as much as he can, but still about 2 bike lengths adrift as Hobbs and Sullivan play the drafting game at the tri-oval. Teague Hobbs back into the lead, runs a little bit wide in turn 1, gets it woed up in turn. Sullivan's right there on him with Jesse Davis, about 3 bike lengths adrift as they rocket out of 1 over into 2. So a heck of a battle going here for that third place podium position as everybody accordions back up. Teague Hobbs leading Sullivan out of the International Horseshoe, getting a great drive. Jesse Davis drops back about 5 bike lengths as Hobbs has Sullivan in tow through the dog leg. Hobbs gets a great drive out of 4, gaps it out, but Sullivan closes it right back up again on the brakes as they dive down into the West Horseshoe with bike number 03, Jesse Davis, right there behind him. So it is a 3-way battle for that third step of the podium as Josh Heron's all the way over into the chicane one more time, while the third place battle's just exiting turn number 6 and going on to the high banks again. Is Crocco out there?
Yeah, Josh Heron today just clearly riding some sort of rocket ship around Daytona. From start to finish, just completely on rails, just
White
fast.
flag out for your race leaders. He starts his final lap. Well, let's go first call. First call for race number 7. First call for race number 7. Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Sportsman 750, and Sound of Thunder 4. You'll be up in just a moment. It is first call. First call for race number 7. Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Sportsman 750, Sound of Thunder 4. First call for race number 7.
White flag last lap is also out.
Bike number 19, Nate Kern finally taking the white flag. It's Josh Heron all the way over into turn number 5. Here's the battle for third. They're going to have to work around a slower
look at
rider,
this.
but it's not going to be in effect as Sullivan has a little bit of breathing room between Hobbs and Davis as they dive down into turn number 1. Hobbs torques the deeper into the brakes, put Teague Hobbs on 005 back on the steps. These guys have been going back and forth with bike number 03, Jesse Davis, watching it all unfold in front of him as here they come down into the International Horseshoe one more time. Teague Hobbs holding it. Looks like Sullivan takes a little bit wider line but makes it work. Closes back up at the apex. Now working the draft as Teague Hobbs tows Sullivan and Davis out of turn number 3 over into the dog leg for turn number 4. Sullivan studying Hobbs' lines for the last couple of laps, and then Hobbs having the ability to study Sullivan's laps or lines too as they trio of Davis, Sullivan, and Hobbs all roll through the center of the exit of turn number 5 down into turn number 6. An exciting last lap, and we have a Crimson Adventure going on. So what was shaping up to be an epic battle over here for the finish in third place is going to end prematurely as we have our first Crimson Adventure of the day.
John MacArthur, Alex Ferreira.
Yeah,
Ferreira crossing the line right now.
Stop him. Stop him.
Brandon Kindlesberger, Frank Sinderman,
I don't
David Miller crossing finish.
see. I don't know where they're rolling to. I don't see anybody. Oh, there they are. At exit of 1. I see a bike up against the wall.
So we just go wide?
No, he slid down. He probably ended up over the air fence. But he's behind the timing pylon, so I can't see.
Well, it looks like somebody did have a slide out over into turn 1. Somebody was pushing a little too hard on these last couple of laps. So this race will be stopped in the last lap that was completed.
Okay, start back you.
So this means it'll be Josh Heron 1.
I don't know why they didn't listen to on a crimson flag go in at the quickest point.
So that'll be Josh Heron 1, Nick Kern 2. Alrighty, it looks like we're gonna have to go get that cleaned up. Jay thinks maybe they went to the air fence, so that always takes just a minute to put it back together. So I think we will be putting a pin in it for a minute. Yep, so let's go ahead while we have just 1 second. I'd love to take a minute and thank some of our awesome partners here at AHRMA. These kind of incredible events, it takes a village. It takes a whole bunch of people to make this kind of awesomeness happen. We've got some great partners for 2022. So let's go on ahead and go give a little bit of love to some of our great partners for this year, and we will be right back.
Roadracing. You folks are up right now if you want to bring them on up. It is third and final call for race number 7. Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Sportsman 750 and Sound of Thunder 4. Again, it is third and final call for race number 7. Third call for race number 7.
All right, race fans, we're heading back into our next race. So let's go ahead and get these graphics switched out as always. Thanks for clicking, liking, sharing all these videos. Welcome back, day 2. Some great racing action, road racing going on here. But we've had several days of racing. We had cross country on Friday. We had vintage motocross yesterday. We had vintage short track, flat track racing last night, and road racing yesterday, and road racing again today, and vintage motocross happening again today. There's all sorts of racing going on this weekend at the AHRMA Classic Moto Fest here in beautiful Daytona. For all of our Midwestern viewers, I hope you are staying warm. It is a beautiful 78 degrees and sunshiny weekend here.
Third call.
I'm going to go ahead and rub a little salt into that wound. And we're just getting ready to head into our next race.
Bring them on up. The track is now yours. Again, it's third and final call for race number 7.
Race number 7 of a 13 race series.
Yep.
Vintage Superbike.
As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there for the Vintage Superbike middleweight field. It's on row number 1. It's bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, 047, John Blake, 846, Andrew Hauer, and 1Z, Matthew Joy. Row number 2, it's 133, Paul Elledge, 716, Stephen Fowler, and 427, Kyle Boisclair. Row number 3, it's 142, George Hernandez. The Vintage Superbike middleweight field is sponsored by R3 Racing and Rick Richter. R3 Racing of Hayward, Wisconsin has made it a mission to promote and support motorcycle racing in all forms. From national road racing events with AHRMA, regional ice racing events with Mura, to county fairs in northern Wisconsin, you'll find R3 Racing involved. Whether it's building a race bike or building an enduro cross track, if it's good for the sport and its competitors, we're here to help. They've made it a mission to recruit and support new racers every season. They encourage everyone to bring a friend to the track and introduce them to this incredible sport. For the Vintage Superbike middleweight field, these are a variety of machinery up through 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Unlimited displacement single-cylinder bikes are legal. Pushrod twins include BSA, Triumph, Moto Guzzi, and BMW up to 890 cc's are legal. Overhead cam twins, which is the Yamaha XS models, up to 790 cc's are also out there, as are pushrod triples, aka the Triumph Trident and BSA Rocket 3s, up to 790 cc's. Overhead cam 4-cylinder bikes, typically Japanese, are limited to 685 cc's, and the model year cutoff for the Kawasaki GPZ is 1981. For the Sportsman 750 series, back on row number 5, you're going to see bike number 1 in, Matt Esterline, 736, Stephen Pettinger, 24, Grant Spence, 700, Cameron Crockett, 482, Colin Irwin, 446, Anthony Staros, and 92, Steve Enner. Row number 7 is 59, Gary Swan, 382, Jeff Moore, 911, Steve Stasser, and R58, Pete Beyer. Then on row number 8, it's 480, Kendall Cranston, and 519, Mark Natikaloff. For the Sportsman 750 series, this is sponsored by MAP Cycles and Marino Perna. These bikes are 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines. A new addition to the class in 2015 was the single overhead cam Honda CB 754, ready to take on the class-dominating twins, which were usually the Yamaha SX 650s. No fairings, but front disc brakes are allowed, and Japanese, British, Italian, and German bikes can be seen out there on the track. For the Sound of Thunder 4, presented here by Wick Wilkerson Racing. On row number 10, 412 Chris White, 796 Paul Vance, 18T William Kastner, and bike number 51 Nathan Guy. Row number 11, it's 242 Michael DeRoche, 018 Adam Siebert, and 720 Clint Austin. Row number 12, it's 456 Chloe Peterson, 049 Danny Habermel, 968 Jim Masters, and 19T Paul Tuckley. Row number 13 at 66 Chuck Crocco, 820 Mitchell Barnes, and 13K Rod Skaggs. And then rounding out your field on row number 14, 88 Jason Prang, 129 Chris Kasbarian, 720 James McCabe, and 55C Edward Blunt. For the Sound of Thunder 4, sponsored by Wick Wilkerson Racing. These are the smallest bikes of the 4 Sound of Thunder classes, comprised of singles and twin-cylinder bikes. Examples include the KTM RC 390, the Ninja 250 and 300s, Yamaha's R3, the Honda CBR 250s and 300s, and singles under 400 cc's and twins under 350. That is your field here for race number 7. The Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Sportsman 750, and Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wick Wilkerson Racing.
All right, and a new class for us here, this Sound of Thunder 4. This is new for us. This is going to be the smallest of the small displacement.
Yeah.
And some modern machines. This is going to have some R3, some of that KTM 390, Ninja 300s, CBR 300s. So there's definitely some more modern stuff in here as well for this Sound of Thunder 4. And away they go.
Looks like the Vintage Superbike Middleweight and Sportsman 750 class thunder on that pit lane exit down into turn number 1. One rider exiting early, got his hand in the air, already hitting the pit lane as a tough break as his race is already run. Looking back into the field, waiting for the Sound of Thunder 4 field going as there they go. Once again, living up to their name, thundering down that front straightaway down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, bike number, the Vintage Superbike Middleweights works themselves out single file. Looks like everybody makes it cleanly through the International Horseshoe over in turn number 3, through the Dog Leg into turn number 4, out into the West Horseshoe. And it's going to be the turns of the Sound of Thunder 4 bikes as they're trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow. One rider taking a way wide line. A couple of them already out, grass, flat track, and one guy says, I'm going to take the scenic way all the way around. So, a little bit of a different line, but everybody made it through there okay. That's a good thing. Yes, it definitely spread out the field for the Sound of Thunder 4 bikes as they live up to their name, thundering down that back straightaway towards turn number 5. Meanwhile, the Next Gen Superbikes and Sportsman 750 riders out of turn number 6 onto the high banking for their first time here in this 6-lap race.
You can see them now starting to hit the high banks at the top right-hand side of your screen for those of you that are following along at home. Thanks again for tuning in out there on the Facebooks or on the YouTubes.
They say, ring that bell and mash the subscribe button.
Jay's got all the cool guy lingo for the YouTubes.
I just been
Smash that button.
Just been watching a lot of YouTube videos.
Ring that bell, smash that button, Jay. All right, let's go check out the backside of the track. I already can see that some of these bigger classes are making their way back over from Superbike Middleweight and Sportsman 750.
Two-rider breakaway out of NASCAR's turn number 4 onto the front straightaway, trying to work the draft pass. And there it is. It is a draft pass as they thunder across the start-finish line to lead this race. Out front, it is going to be 047 John Blank with bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer right there behind him. 1 in, Matt Esterline, and 519 Mark Nadekloff. Then bike number 736, Stephen Pettinger, rounding out your top 5. 133, Paul Elledge back there in 6th. 700, Cameron Crockett in 7th. 446, Anthony Staros back there in 8th. 482, Colin Irwin back there in 9th. And a thunderous pack here coming along to round out your top 10. It is going to be bike number 92, Steve Enter. Announce to control. going to have to drag. We got 2 or 3 back-to-backs in this one.
Now let's check out this race feed.
Race is next. What row is he going to start again? 080 to start behind the third wave. In the first wave, but he wants to start behind the third wave. You understand? He's got to go with the third wave. Okay, he's not really.
Our race leaders already making their way off of the high banks of turns 1 and 2 of the outside oval for the NASCAR folks, and heading down the back straight. They're going to be hitting that bus stop here in just 1 second and making their way to the second set of high banks.
Race leaders out of the bus stop over into the Daytona turns 3 and 4. Looks like they've got a little bit of breathing room between those two. Those guys are working draft passes this last lap to see if it's going to be Blake still out front as they're working their way out of turn number 4 down that front straightaway in through the tri-oval. I do believe it is going to be 047 John Blake out front. While bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, trying to pick up the draft, definitely closing in on, actually, no, it's Rammer out front with Blake there trying to pick back up on the draft. So those two are really having a great battle out there. One in, Matt Esterline still back there in that third place position, 519. Mark Nadelkaboff back there in fourth, and 736, Stephen Pettinger rounding out your top 5 as bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, showing the fast way around the track with 047 John Blake right there in tow as they move through the International Horseshoe and out down towards turn number 4, the dogleg.
Still the Sound of Thunder folks and Sportsman 750 folks coming on through.
Looking on back through the field, looks like 736 Stephen Pettinger holding on that 5th position. Paul Elledge back there in 6th. 700 Cameron Crockett in 7th. 42 Colin Irwin back there in 8th. 796 Paul Vance moving up a position back in 9th. And 412 Chris White rounding out your top 10. Steve Inner back there in the 11th position on 92. 18T William Kazert back there in 12th. 018 Adam Sieberts in 13th. 59 Gary Swan in 14th. And 51, Nathan Guy in 15th. 382, Jeff Moore back there in 16th. 427, Kyle Boyce Clare in 17th. 242, Michael DeRoche in 18th. 049, Danny Habermel in 19th. And 968, Jim Masters rounding out your top 20 as bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, continues to hold the slimmest of advantages over bike number 047, John Blake, as they work their way down the back straight once again.
And the Sound of Thunder 4 class created for folks that want to race those more modern, very small displacement bikes. While we do specialize obviously in historical and antique and vintage motorcycles, we have got classes for modern bikes too. If you want to come race with us, we'd
Out
love
of turn
to have
number
you.
4 across the start-finish line, Kevin Rammer still leading, but Blake right there within striking distance as these guys continue to push each other hard, seeing the halfway flags out on these guys, letting them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go. I have a feeling that Blake is just trying to stalk Rammer, trying to figure out where he can get a draft pass going. Looks like Kevin gets a good drive out of 2. Opens it up a little bit on the gaps, but Blake's still right there within striking distance, almost the same amount of distance separated those two, but Blake really comes on strong in the back half of the course and reels Rammer in. At least he had that last lap, so we'll see how it's all going to shape up as they start to approach the final laps of this race.
I've got a great little nest of racers making their way down the straight right now. This is where some real action is happening. Check out these folks. Let's go see them in the horseshoe.
Looks like 047 John Blake right back on the tail section of Kevin Rammer as they dive into the bus stop zone out through the chicane one more time. Looks like they're carrying a fairly low line through NASCAR's turn 3 and 4, not really using the high banking much as they're working their way now through the center and out the exit of turn number 4. Blake not quite where he was that last lap as they're working their way once again down the front straightaway.
Here they go, race leader.
Actually, I made a mistake. That time it was 047 John Blake. So he made the move, I think, over in the bus stop area out breaking Rammer. So putting 047 John Blake up onto the top step of the podium. 1V Kevin Rammer now back there in that second place position, trying to keep up with Blake as they rocket out of turn number 2 down into the braking zone for the International Horseshoe. Rammer really closing up on Blake, but runs a bit wider line, and that allows John Blake to get a good drive out of the International Horseshoe down towards the dogleg. Meanwhile, bike number 1 in, Matt Esterline still back there in third. Bike number 519, Mark Nadelkoff back in fourth, and 736, Stephen Pettinger rounding out your top 5.
That's what I wanted. Keep an eye on this horseshoe. We are at race 7 of a 13 race day, our second day out here. Some really great racing, beautiful weather, great track, awesome facility. Definitely a bucket list.
Yeah, I copied that. Plus, we got back-to-back, so I knew to drag anyway.
Beauclair and Tuckley just crossing finish line, followed by Jeff Moore.
Race leaders down through the low line once again over through NASCAR's turn number 3 into 4. Looks like Blake still out front with Rammer right there behind him as they're trying to work the draft down through this front straightaway pretty much side by side. Who's it gonna be? Nobody giving up an inch as they rocket across the start-finish line. Actually, that's the battle there that I'm calling is actually for the Sound of Thunder 4. I thought those were the leaders the way they were running, but man, they were side by side. Here's your race leader, John Blake out there. Looks like he's got quite a bit of breathing room, so not sure if 1V Kevin Rammer has a mechanical issue or maybe his tires are going away, but Kevin's solidly back there in that second place position. Then you've got bike number 1 in, Matt Esterline in third, leading for the Sportsman 750. Then 412, Chris White working his way up to the lead for the Sound of Thunder 4. Then 519, Mark Nadelkoff back there rounding out your top 5 with Stephen Pettinger back in that 6th place position. 796, Paul Vance back in 7th. Then 133, Paul Elledge back there in 8th. These guys are seeing the white flag, letting them know it is the last lap.
Paul Vance in 2nd place for the Sound of Thunder 4 class. Pretty common name around here. He seems like a fast guy.
Yeah,
I know we talk about him an awful lot.
Riding small bikes and big bikes.
And we are white flag out. This is last lap for this race number 7. Another great drag race coming up right now. Some very close action happening in this little pack back there. And now making their way over to the International Horseshoe.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 047, John Blyke, as he takes once again the unofficial win out here on this one. Or did Ed got the wrong guy?
As I said, that was pretty fast because he just came across.
Oh, I thought that was true. I'm like, and there he is.
There
I
he
was afraid of that
is.
one. I'm like, I think we got the wrong guy. Sure enough, we did. 047,
Yep.
John Blyke takes the checker out here on the unofficial win. Then 412, Chris White working his way up all the way from that second wave to end up second overall. First in class for Sound of Thunder. Then one in Matt Esterline rounding out your top three, taking the unofficial win for the sportsman class. With the checkered flag out on this one, let's go first call. First call for race number 8. Battle of the Twins 1, open two-stroke. F's Vintage, Formula Vintage, and Sound of Singles 2. Again, it is first call. First call for race number 8. Battle of Twins 1, open two-stroke. Formula Vintage and Sound of Singles 2. First call for race number 8.
And thanks for tuning in. Those of you who are out there on the live feed. Lewis, thanks for the great comment. Mark Stewart. Marge Stuyvesant, welcome back. Pauline Rignalda, thank you for watching. I know you've got somebody in your family racing this weekend. I've heard that last name. Daniel Paget, thanks for tuning in. Brian Oakley. Jim Coldren. Linda Wilder, thanks for watching. Mike Harding and Tom Hillard, thanks for tuning in, guys. We appreciate you. Go ahead and hit that share button so other folks can tune in, catch up on some of this awesome racing action down here at beautiful Daytona Beach. I'm going to scroll a little further down into the results.
Announce to control. I just gave first. Just let me know when
Got
I'm
some
ready
more
to do
Sound of
second,
Thunder
third,
folks
please.
coming in. Sportsman 750, Steve Enter just crossing finish.
Attention out there in the paddock. We've got some back-to-backs
Oh,
on this one.
Tuckley.
Plus, we've got to do a pickup, so we're still on first call for race number 8. While we got a moment here, want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave the day. Again, grids or the results are being posted as quickly as we can get them over there and put up. So make sure you check your race results quickly after your race. I know we've had some issues with that in the past. So again, please make sure that you work your way over to the registration area and check your grid results as quickly as possible. If you see any issues, let us know. I'd like to give a big shout out to Bridgestone Tires. Bridgestone is proud to be the official tire for AHRMA. From road racing to motocross, Bridgestone has a wide range of tires to fit your vintage race needs. Go see their full lineup at BridgestoneMotorcycleTires.com. We thank them again for their sponsorship here this week. Also want to say thank you to Haggerty Insurance for their sponsorship. Haggerty is the home for all bike lovers, helping you take your passion to the next level with Haggerty Drivers Club, Moto Sports Reg, vehicle values, world-class motorcycle insurance, and more. Get started today at Haggerty.com.
Thanks.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 8. Battle of the Twins once, presented by Fast by Faraci. Open two-stroke presented by TDR, and Formula Vintage presented by Race Tech, and also Sound of Singles 2 presented by Moto Caddy. You guys will be up here shortly. It's second call. Second call, race number 8. BOT 1, open two-stroke, Formula Vintage, and Sound of Singles 2. Let's go second call, race number 8.
All right, let's get these graphics up. And Sound of Singles 2. Alrighty, we're at race number 8. Race number 8 of a 13 race day. This is going to be Battle of Twins. This is the big class, Battle of Twins 1. I have it as Battle of Twins Open. I think that they're the, I think that they're the same.
905cc to open, so.
Yep. So I'm calling it Battle of Twins Open. This is the largest displacement out of the Battle of Twins classes. I also have Sound of Singles 2, Formula Vintage, and an open 2-stroke class for race number 8. We did have a racer that was back-to-back of the last race, race 7 and into race 8. We've got 3 of them, Jay tells me. So we're gonna, that's why we're kind of to slow down and take just a second to give them the chance to go either put gas in the bike or get their next bike, because some of them aren't racing the same bike back-to-back. So we want to make sure everybody has a fair shake at getting out onto all the grids and competing in all the classes that they want. We are a family affair here at AHRMA, so we try to play nice and give everybody plenty of time to go out there and enjoy their race. So we're just going to give them just a hot second. But again, interesting to be here at Daytona. So much racing history going on here. They've been racing here at Daytona Beach for 100+ years, easily out on the sand, and then it went to the sand and A1A, which was kind of interesting to think about. You know, half of the track was down the sand, then they would turn around and come up the paved road, and then turn around again, and then go back on the sand. Just to keep it real lively, real interesting for you. And then that race just got to be really large, really, really popular. The people that would come to watch it just kind of overtook it, and they kind of ran out of room, as well as hotel development over there on the beaches, because it is beachfront property, right? So they kind of got squeezed out a little bit, and in the 1950s, the local race promoter, Bill France, decided to take it upon himself and create a new home for racing here in Daytona. At the time, this was all just a bunch of open fields. That's why the airport is here also, because it was wide open.
Down the paddock, looks like we've got everything taken care of out there. Let's go third call, third and final call for race number 8, BOT1, open 2-stroke, Formula Vintage, and Sound of Singles 2. You folks are up right now. We've got everything taken care of out there. Let's go third call, third and final call for Battle of the Twins 1, open 2-stroke, Formula Vintage, and Sound of Singles 2. If you folks want to bring them on up, you'll send them out, and you're here now for your hot lap. Again, it is third call, third and final call for race number 8. Battle of the Twins 1, open 2-stroke, Formula Vintage, and Sound of Singles 2. Bring them on up. Sorry about that.
No problem. Daytona 200 has been in existence, though, for a very long time, since the 1930s. Still running today, obviously, the Daytona 200. It runs during Bike Week, which a lot of folks that come to Bike Week may or may not even be aware of. They always come by. I work here almost every year, and they come by the track and ask me what all that noise is, and I explain that it's the great big historic motorcycle race. But we're really pumped to be back here again, and it's a really fitting thing. Our class of the year is going to be the Superbike class that we have here in AHRMA, and the very first Superbike race, as a type of race with the name Superbike in it, was in the mid-1970s, 1975 or 76, if I remember that correctly, and it was won aboard a BMW here at Daytona, hence the orange paint scheme being called Daytona Orange.
As the racers take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up out there. For Battle of the Twins 1, presented by Fast by Faraci, row number 1, 19, Nate Kern, 214, Chris Knopp, 03, Jesse Davis, and 690, Ralph Starpoli. Row number 2, it's 553, Paul Canali. Bike number 282, Chris Sullivan. 506, Charles Worley. Row number 3, it's 18T, William Kazar. 19M, Philip Margiota. 088, Ken McAdams, and 221C, Benedetto Cardella. Row number 4, it's 19M, Bob Rebecco, and 987, Kevin Burnett. For the Battle of the Twins Open, that's sponsored by Fast by Faraci. The Battle of the Twins is presented by Fast by Faraci Racing Products. The legendary two-time Ducati World Superbike and two-time AMA Superbike Championship winning team brings you the same passion it took to win in its current range of products, offering the highest quality race-proven performance parts and products to enthusiasts worldwide for over 40 years. When you order from Faraci.com, you know it's personally backed by Geraldo Faraci himself. Be sure to keep an eye on Ducati's return to Moto America for 2021 and their Superbike program with Geraldo Faraci as the team manager. Visit Faraci.com. For the class, the Battle of the Twins 1 is open to all air-cooled twins, 950 cc's and up. On the track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buell out there. For the open two-stroke field, presented by Tony Dukas Racing, this on row number 9, it's bike number 9, Colton Roberts, 424, Albert Charles, 165, David Kilcullen, and 146, Paul Stamper. They're all on row number 4. Open two-stroke, sponsored by TDR. Since 1973, Tony Dukas Racing has specialized in high-performance two-stroke parts and services, including TDR reeds, providing the latest engine, accessory, and exhaust designs for Yamaha RZ 350 stroker engines. They have a dedicated R&D department combined with dyno and race testing results in the best overall performance and reliability. TDR can provide RZ-based engines up to 1,200 cc's and even 3 or 4-cylinder versions for racing or recreation. They also build two-stroke street bikes using current 600cc sport bike chassis fitted with RZ-style engines. Visit TDRRZ.com to learn more. For the open two-stroke field, of course, as the name sounds, it's open to any two-stroke motorcycle, unlimited on engine size or number of cylinders, frame types, cooling types, or model year. You'll see everything from home-built customs to purpose-built production race bikes, including the exotic late-model Grand Prix machines, truly the ultimate showcase for two-stroke street bikes. For the Formula Vintage field, presented by Racetech, he looks like we're out there on row number 8. It's going to be 118 William Brent, 202 Robert Rinalda, 949 Keith Powell, and 17R Rian Mondrian. Then it's going to be on row number 9, 162 Alan Perry, 422 John Litzy, and 736 Stephen Pettinger. Then on row number 10, it's X72 Edward Barna, and 057 Peter Politek. For the Formula Vintage, sponsored by Racetech Suspensions. Since 1984, Racetech has been perfecting the science of motorcycle suspension. They offer performance springs, legendary gold valves, G3S custom shocks, TNK fork tubes, drum brake arcing, and complete suspension rebuild services for vintage and modern motorcycles. Vintage specialist Matthew Wiley will be at the track this year at several events, including Barber Vintage Festival, to assist AHRMA racers. Racetech has been an AHRMA sponsor since 2009, and in addition to backing the competitive Formula Vintage road race class, they are the series sponsor for AHRMA Post Vintage Motocross. Contact Matthew directly to receive the best possible service and an AHRMA member discount, or visit racetech.com. For the machines themselves, open to machines which compete in the 500 Premier Class, 500 Grand Prix, Formula 750, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. Additional bikes for this class include up to the 1982 two-strokes from Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha, and Honda's four-cylinder CB550 four-stroke. The fastest bikes and some of the fastest riders of all AHRMA's vintage class can be found here. Dennis Parrish won the 2020 championship. Then moving on to the final group out there, Sound of Singles 2 sounds like they're taking off right now, and that's presented by Moto Caddy. Row number 12, it's 43A, Stephen Alexander, 35T, Thomas Teether, 510, Noel Corwin, and 329, Matthew Crabtree. And back on row number 13, it's 113, Paul Elledge. For the Sound of Singles 2, sponsored by Frick Starpoli of Moto Caddy. These are liquid-cooled four-stroke singles up to 450cc and air-cooled four-strokes up to 610cc's. 450s typically have state-of-the-art road race chassis with modern motocross-based engines. That's your field here as the lead riders from the BOT field all the way out of turn number 6, hitting the high banks here in the opening laps, now over through to NASCAR's turn 1 and 2.
On the top right of your screen. We got a bunch of racer families watching. I recognize a lot of these last names. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Make sure you share this feed with your friends who want to tune in and watch your family members out here racing.
Colton Roberts is out there.
All right, and our race leaders are already making their way through the second high bank right before this very front straight and finish line area. They're already making their way back over here. We've got a real nice drag race going on. Drag race freight train. I can't tell exactly what's happening, but they're trying to do a little drafting here.
Race leaders down through the tri-oval working the draft. It's 19 Nate Kern and 03 Jesse Davis. As Davis takes a look up the inside, thinks the better, but drops back into the draft of 19 Nate Kern. Then 690 Ralph Starpoli has his hands full with a challenge by 553 Paul Canale. Canale right back there working the draft on Starpoli as they are nose to tail out of turn number 2 for that third place position. Meanwhile, Jesse Davis early laps harassing Nate Kern for that top step of the podium as that duo works their way out of the International Horseshoe over into the dogleg turn number 4 one more time. Then it looks like bike number 506 Charles Worley out there in that 5th place position. Back in that 6th place, it's 18T William Kazner. Bike number 9, Colton Roberts out there. Looks like he's leading for the open 2 strokes. He's running the 7th overall. 19M Bob Berbecco in that 9th place position. And then 146 Paul Stamper rounding out your top 10. We got somebody out there with without a transponder. That's why that's why 8th is not showing up.
Ah.
At least that's what I've always seen.
Yeah, the transponder has to be turned on in order for it to really...
I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not, that's what normally happens in some of the
Yeah.
other racing organizations I've had, but I'm not sure why
Right.
it's
And
not
on your
showing
screen
up.
right now on the top right, that is your race leaders making their way to the first high bank right now. Oh no, I lied. They're ahead of them.
Oh,
I
yeah,
lied.
they're way over
I
the
lied.
bus
They're way
stop.
ahead of them. I lied. Never mind.
Race leaders, bike number 19, Nate Kern out there against
There
the
they
high
are.
banking up in the NASCAR's turn number 3 and 4. Bike number 03, Jesse Davis trying to keep him honest as he's working towards the inside. About 3 bike lengths separate those two as they line up nose to tail as Nate Kern drops down off the banking. Down the front straightaway they go. They're side by side. Davis trying to work the draft pass, but I think he pulled out a little too soon. Nope, he makes it work. So move 03, Jesse Davis up to the top step of the podium. Nate Kern, though, sweeps back around over into turn number 1 and says, excuse me, I'm coming through. I want to step back up on the top step of the podium. So Davis knows he has the horsepower to make it work if he can hold on to the toe of Nate Kern through the infield area, through the International Horseshoe. I mean, they're only on lap number 2 of a 6-lap race, but it looks like Davis made the horsepower work for him on that last lap. Meanwhile, 690, Ralph Starpoli back there in that 3rd place position with 553 Paul Canale back there in 4th, and 506 Charles Worley rounding out your top 5 as 9T Nate Kern still holding the lead with 03 Jesse Davis about 6 bike lengths adrift as they work their way out of turn number 5 over into turn number 6, getting ready to hit the high bankings one more time on the west end of the track.
John Litzy just crossing the finish line here just a second ago. Keith Powell, Ryan Mondrian, Stephen Pettinger.
On the high banks, 19, Nate Kern runs the high line. Looks like bike number 03,
Matthew
Jesse Davis
Crabtree.
running more of a conservative lower line, trying to cut down the distance. Once again, Davis picking up the draft of Kern, brings himself within about 4 bike lengths of Kern as they drive down in through the bus stop and then over through the chicane. Looks like Kern gets a great drive once again. Gaps it out to about 5 or 6 bike lengths, but Davis is still there. Both of them running a higher line. Davis trying once again to pick up the draft of Kern. Looks like he's got it as they're coming through the exit of NASCAR turn number 4. Kern pulls down to the lower side of the apron. Here comes Davis once again picking up the draft. Moves right around the inside and it says, okay, I've got this draft move down as they hit the halfway points. Looks like Jesse Davis up to about 3 bike lengths, but here comes Nate Kern on 690 storming back around. They're side by side. Looks like Davis didn't quite want to give up that position that time. Davis now right on the tail section of Kern as they're out of turn number 2 down into the International Horseshoe. So Davis definitely has the horsepower to make it work for him when he needs to. If he can just stay within striking distance of Nate Kern as that duo exits out of the International Horseshoe down that little chute over into the dogleg over into turn number 3. Meanwhile, 690, Ralph Starpoli solidly back there in third with bike number 553, Paul Canale in fourth off the podium, and 506, Charles Worley still rounding out your top 5. Looks like bike number 9, Colton Roberts, has worked himself up into 6th overall, deep into the Battle of the Twins field. He's leading for the open 2-stroke, and you got to go all the way back to that 10th position overall to see the second place rider, 146, Paul Stamper, holding on to that one. Then looks like 422, John Litzy, holding on to the lead for the Formula Vintage field as Jesse Davis continues to harass Nate Kern for the lead as those guys are already working themselves through NASCAR turn number 2 once again. Davis definitely within striking distance this time as he has the draft on. Nate Kern pulls right up behind him, about 4 to 5 bike lengths separate them as they rocket down that back straightaway into the braking zone one more time. Davis doesn't look too worried as he's working his way through the bus stop and through the chicane one more time. Kern gets a good drive, gaps it out to about 8 or 9 bike lengths, both of them taking a high line, but here comes Davis one more time, running a slightly lower line through turn number, NASCAR turn number 4, as they both pull down to the apron out of turn number 4. Here they come. We'll see if Davis decides to pull another draft pass. Kern takes a look and takes it evasive action down to the inside. Davis says, I can just about make it, but Kern beat him by about a half a bike length at the turn at the line that time. So Davis says, okay, well, that didn't work, so we got to keep that in the data banks for the next couple of laps. As they work their way out of turn number 2 over into turn number 3. So Kern leads this lap with Davis about 3 bike lengths adrift as they dive down into the International Horseshoe once again.
Is Nate Kern toying with him?
I don't think so.
Is this an epic? Is this epic battle happening? I think they're just watching each other's moves and sizing each other up. All right, let's take a look over at that race feed.
Rignaldi's behind the wall. Rignalda.
Rignalda looks like they have pulled off.
202 behind the wall.
They're behind the wall. They're fine. Just mechanical.
Yeah. Race leaders out of NASCAR's turn number 2 one more time down that back straightaway into the braking zone, the bus stop, and back over through the chicane. Going to come up on some slower traffic this time by. Not sure that that's going to cause any bit of an issue. Pretty sure that's them over there, isn't it? Nope, here they are. Nope, had the wrong group. Here they come down to the braking zone themselves once again. I lost them on the high banks on the west side, but they are clearly past one of the riders. Looks like Davis. Oop, Davis gets checked up just a little bit. Oh dear, that left him quite a bit of gap, so it looks like Nate Kern used that to his advantage. Kern holding about a 10 to 12 bike length advantage over the race leader right now, Nate Kern. So Davis back there, rather, Davis is the one adrift. Here they come, white flag in hand with your starter, so not sure if Davis is going to be able to reel him in this lap like he had the last couple of times as Kern dives down to the inside, takes a quick glance to his shoulder, white flag out, so Davis knows whatever he's going to do, he's going to have to do it this lap as Nate Kern drives in deep into turn number 1. Davis there still holding on about a bike length or about 2 or 3 bike lengths adrift at the exit of 1 over into turn number 2. Down into the International Horseshoe they go. Nate Kern still, Nate takes a bit of a wider line. That allows Jesse Davis to take a look up the inside, but can't do anything with it as they drive out of the International Horseshoe down to the dogleg. They're going to have to pick their way around some of the lap traffic. Look like Davis got hung up a little bit that last lap. He's keen to get around that lap rider. He does. They dive down into the West Horseshoe. Davis still within striking distance now, about 6 bike lengths adrift as they're out of the exit of 5. Down over into turn number 6. Attention to the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 9. Premier 500, Sportsman 500, Classic 60s, Classic 6650, F2 and 250 GP. You guys will be up in just a moment. It's first call for race number 9. First call for race number 9. Race leaders having to work their way around the lap traffic on the high bank as it looks like they're able to do that. Looks like Nate Kern gets a great drive, gets around the. Here comes Jesse Davis rocketing down. He needs to get past the back marker. He does, but Kern still holding about 6 to 8 bike lengths adrift as they go down into the bus stop here, into the chicane here on the final lap. We'll see if Davis has got anything for him. Davis gets a good drive, but Nate Kern gets a better drive, holding about 12 to 14 bike lengths this time as they're both up along the top wall. Looks like Nate Kern trying to work the draft, or working the high line rather, as Jesse Davis works the low line. Here they come out of turn number 4. Davis trying to pick up the draft, but I'm not sure he's going to be close enough. Kern has to take a different line this time at the line. Here comes Davis charging hard, but it's going to be Nate Kern, bike number 9T, just nipping Jesse Davis by about 2 bike lengths at the close of that one. And then Jesse goes, okay, I'm taking a wide line into turn number 1 as he gets it gathered back up. And that was a heck of a battle for those two. Looks like 690, Ralph Starpoli comes home unofficially third for the Battle of the Twins race. And looking on back, waiting for the rest of the field to come on around as the checkered flag continues to wave. Looks like Paul Canale taking the unofficial 4th out there for Battle of the Twins. Announce the control. Got one back-to-back. Any pickups?
Alrighty, an epic battle going on here in this race. Race number 8. This
looks like bike number
Battle
506,
of
Charles
Twins.
Worley taking the unofficial top 5 in Battle of the Twins. There goes bike number 9, Colton Roberts taking the unofficial win out there for the open 2-stroke. He's back-to-back in this race and the next one, so waiting for him to get back around. And then we'll keep continuing with our calls. Looks like 18T, William Kazar out there running, I think, 6th in class, 7th overall.
Down to the wire with these two. Brent and Litzy back to back. Some very exciting racing going on out there, Jay.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Jay McMacken with all of the great play-by-play commentary going on up here for those of you tuning in at home.
Yeah, I get paid by the word.
He says he gets paid by the word. So you better use all of them.
And I'm making a fortune.
Use every single one of them, my friend.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go. Second call. Second call for race number 9. Second call for race number 9. Premier 500, Sportsman 500, Classic 60s, Classic 6650, Formula 250, and 250 GP. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is first call. First call for race number 9. Premier 500, Sportsman 500, Classic 60s, Classic 6650, Formula 250, and 250 GP. Second call, race number 9, second call.
Alrighty, let's go back through and change these graphics.
Announce to control. I just gave second, thanks. I'll give him just about 30 seconds.
Alrighty.
Attention out there in the paddock. Looks like we've got everybody where they need to be. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 9. The Premier 500 race sponsored by NYC Norton. 500 Sportsman Classic 60s and Classic 60 650, both sponsored by N3 Racing. Formula 250 sponsored by Southpaw Racing, and 250 Grand Prix sponsored by N3 Racing. Bring them on up, folks. The track is now yours. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 9. Premier 500, Sportsman 500, Classic 60s and Classic 60 650, Formula 250 and 250 Grand Prix. Again, it's third call, third and final call for race number 9.
All right, and I
At 6 laps.
do not have a title for them because they are not the Premier Racing.
That's the
So
control.
let's
Third's
do-
gone out.
Look at the rest.
Oh. Sorry, gang, gotta watch my typing for a second on the live feed. There we go. There we go. Alrighty, so this is going to be your race number 9, Premier 500, Sportsman 500, Classic 60s, Classics
I think you're gonna have to let them out and
650s,
start to wake them up. Bring it back.
what else? Formula 250 and 250 Grand Prix. Go over to the feed.
5, let's go high. 545.
Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Watching all this racing action. I know we had an awful lot of folks that were pre-registered for this weekend's event, but I think the weather snagged a lot of people up. We are missing a handful of folks that pre-registered, so that is unfortunate that they couldn't make it. I know that this has to be a bucket list item for a lot of racers out there. A chance to race your vintage bike on the high banks. It's been several years since we've been here as AHRMA racing here at Daytona International Speedway. And I know when I first started riding vintage motorcycles, maybe like 15 years ago, AHRMA used to come here at the very beginning of Bike Week. So end of February, early March, they would have their weekend event here, which was pretty cool. And then that would kind of kick off Bike Week, and then I'd be here for the next 10 days for Bike Week. It was kind of a neat thing to have to be part of that whole event, that whole bigger show. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm really pumped to be here in January when there's 6 inches of snow back home and it's 78 degrees here. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful grounds, beautiful racing.
As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there on row number 1. Bike number X95, Andrew Malk. Z7, Jerry Duke. And 21X, Larry Poons. And bike number 10, Mike Kirby, for the Premier 500 class, sponsored by NYC Norton. For the Sportsman 500, back on row number 3, it's 1P, Eric Cook. 69M, David Miller. 32X, David Felpel. 334, Scott Turner. Row number 4, it's 30 Graham Carlton. 520, Richard Mays. 569, John Grether. Row number 5 at 76, U. Luke Sayer. 999, Hunter Longshore. And 97R, Ken DeBalak. For the Classic 6650, presented by N3 Racing. Row number 7, it's 864, John Rickard. 17C, Mike Baker. 731, Stan Keys. And bike number 5, Greg Tomlinson. Row number 8, it's C73, David Kaufman. And 59C, Bill Gould. For the Classic 60s race, presented by N3, it's bike number on row number 10, it's bike number 1A, Alex McLean. And bike number 9A, John Sneed. For the Formula 250, presented by Southpaw Racing, back on row number 12, it's bike number 9, Colton Roberts. 181, Jarl Wolfney. 304, Kevin Dinsmore. And M49, Thomas Hillard. Row number 13, it's 995, Patrick Hansen. And 13D, Steve DeCamp. And 789, Charles Young. And rounding out your field on row number 15 for the 250 Grand Prix, presented by N3 Racing, it's going to be 950, Don Hollingsworth. And 903, Robert Bragratio. Sorry. That is your field here for race number 9.
my buddy Matt Tubman tuning in. Welcome to the show, Matt. And I think Mr. Johnny Chef might be watching back in Chicago as well. Thanks for watching the program.
For the Sportsman's 500 class, this is sponsored by Niche Cycles, offering the largest Mikuni inventory in the nation and supplying a vast selection of vintage street and off-road parts and accessories to the world. Niche Cycles has you completely covered from simple repair and maintenance to major custom and restoration projects. They stock everything they sell so they can ship it to you the same day you order, because at Niche, they understand the passion. The field itself, the class itself, is for 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines, a maximum number of 3 cylinders, no fairings, drum brakes are required, and this class typically pits the British twins against Hondas and Ducatis and even the occasional BMW. For the Classic 60s, this is sponsored by N3 Racing. These are 1950 and 60s era Grand Prix and Clubman style racers. 350 cc's to 500 cc 4-stroke overhead valve and overhead cam engine designs are out there, along with 750 cc side valve machines. Similar models as the 500 GP and the 500 Premier, but in more original trim. Maximum of 4-speed gearboxes are required. Norton-mounted Alex McLean has been the National and Dixie Cup champion for the past 6 seasons. And for the Classic 60 650, this is co-sponsored by N3 Racing. Again, these are 50s and 60 era 650 overhead valve and 883 side valve, aka flathead machines that are out there. This class runs with, but is scored separately from the Classic 60s. Popular models include Triumph and BSA 650s and Harley K models.
Pulling off already off of the starting line.
For the
looks like they got
Formula
it going.
250 class, they're sponsored by Southpaw Racing, which is Southpaw Racing Services team members include Carl Anderson, Chief Technical Consultant, Colton Roberts, porting and engine modifications, and Brian Bradford, fabrications and exhaust, supplying engines and tunings to help riders win races, including recent Formula 125 champions Luis LeBlanc and Colton Roberts. Their specialty is Yamaha vintage 2-strokes. This class is primarily for 750 or 72 and earlier air-cooled 2-strokes, including singles up to 360 and twins up to 250 cc's. 4-stroke singles and Honda 350-400 twins and 4-cylinder 4-strokes are also allowed. Single disc front brakes are allowed. In addition to Honda's machines typically competing are Japanese and European 2-strokes and even the Canadian Mark Can-Am from so long ago. For the 250 Grand Prix class presented by N3 Racing, this class is for 68 and earlier machines, including 250 4-strokes, 250 air-cooled 2-strokes, 175cc liquid-cooled 2-stroke singles, and 175cc air-cooled 2-stroke twins. These include purpose-built race bikes and converted production and road and off-road bikes. That is how race number 9 stacks up, as the riders are already over in the back stretch now, working the opening lap here in this race. Where are they? There they are.
They're over on. They're just now leaving, getting off the high bank.
That's what I was looking at. I was right there in the back section.
You were absolutely right. You nailed it. All right. And right now that second wave is just starting to make their way up onto the high bank at the very top right of your screen. You'll see a handful of them. That grid a little bit smaller on that second wave, and our first wave racers are now on the what would be turns 3 and 4 of the NASCAR track outside oval high banks, making their way down the front straight. So let's go take a look.
Race leaders out of the NASCAR turn 4 down that front straightaway got basically a 3-rider breakaway, as a lead rider way out in front waiting for him to cross the start finish line. At the line, it is gonna be bike number X95, Andrew Malk. Not surprising, he had a stellar race yesterday. Looks like he's trying to do a repeat performance today. Second place is going to be 69M David Miller, then 569 John Grether. Then it looks like it's going to be bike number 5, Greg Tomlinson, GT, out there holding that 4th place position. Looks like he's leading for the Classic 60 650 field. He's being chased down by 864 John Rickard, also out there in a Classic 60 650. Then 32 David Feldpel back there in 6th overall. Looks like he's running 3rd in class for the Sportsman 500. Then 17C Mike Baker, I think he looks like he's running 3rd in class for the Classic 60s 650. Z7 Jerry Dukes back there in the Premier 500. He's running 2nd in class, 8th overall. And then bike number 30 Graham Carlton In that 9th place position with bike number 9A, John Sneed looks like he's leading for the Classic 60s group as they are starting their second lap.
All right, the second wave looks like it is starting to kind of come on in, I think. That might be the tail end of one of the first waves. And let's go take a look over at the race monitor. This is where we're at right now. Mock, Miller, Grether, Tomlinson, Rickard, Felpel, Baker, Duke, Carlton, and Sneed are your top 10. In Classic 60s, Premier 500, Sportsman 5, and Classic 60s 650. A little further down pack. And let's go track down our race leaders. Where you see them, Mr. J? Oh, there they are, backside of the track.
Yep.
Okay.
No, that's no, the leaders are in 4. 3 rather, NASCAR 3.
I see them. Alrighty, so the race leaders right now are on the high banks.
Actually, no, race leaders right
It's
here.
right
That's
here.
second place.
It's
I'm
coming.
seeing over there.
It's solo.
Andrew's running away with it.
Andrew's just
Bike number X95, Andrew Malk, once again
High,
running away
wide,
with this
handsome.
one. Has a full front straightaway lead over the second place riders. So Malk out there riding a Premier 500 machine. Here comes your battle for second. Last time by, it was 69M David Miller leading Grether at this line. This time, it is going to be David Miller still out there in front. Then it's going to be bike number 864, John Rickard, getting around 569, John Grether. Then Greg Tomlinson dropping back a little bit. 17C Mike Baker out there, buck number 5. Greg Tomlinson rounding out your top 6 with Z7 Jerry Duke there in 7th. 32X David Felpel back there in 8th. 188 Jarl Walthney back in 9th. And then bike number 9, Colton Roberts rounding out your top 10.
go look at what's going on in the horseshoe. There's an awful lot of action going on. Some wide lines happening in the horseshoe right now. Use all the track. You use all the track, Jay, when you race.
Yeah. This is race number 9, right?
Yep.
Who's just not there? McLean's out there. Is Hollingsworth out there?
Let's go check that race monitor again.
Hollingsworth's out there.
Current standings right now, your 1 through 10 lineup. Mock, Miller, Rickard, Grether, Baker, Tomlinson, Duke, Felpel, Wathney, and Roberts. Again, those are all mixed classes.
Go ahead, Mary. On race A, I don't have any of the classes written down. I only have like 22, 1 through 22 places. They're not divided by class.
And this feels like the very, very fast Andy Mock is coming around 3 into 4. It sure looks like him, so let's go click over there and go see.
Announce to control. I've got some back-to-backs in this one.
High, wide, and handsome. Andrew Mock just walking away with this one.
I said, yeah, I've got some back-to-backs in this one.
Yeah.
Bike number X95, Andrew Malk, once again seeing the green and white flags, letting him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go as he dives down into turn number 1, then looking back through the exit of NASCAR turn number 4 for the next rider as a rider comes into view, waiting for him to cross the start-finish line. Looks like it's going to be, couldn't get the number on that one. Next across the line should be 69M, David Miller, and then bike number 864, John Rickard out there as he's leading. Rickard leading for the Classic 60s 650. Then Colton Roberts on number 9 working his way up 4th overall, leading for the Formula 250 as he's got 569, John Grether right behind him in Sportsman 500. Then looks like 17C, Mike Baker back there in the Classic 60s 650. 188, Jarl Wathney running second in class, 7th overall for the Formula 250. Bike number 5, Greg Tomlinson. I think he's still holding on to, he's still holding on to the 3rd place podium position for the Classic 6650. Then Z7, Jerry Duke, he's running second in class, 9th overall for the Premier 500. And then 32X, David Felpel, rounding out your top 10. Excuse me. Oh, somebody taking a wide turn over there at International Horseshoe, but gets it back going again.
Mm-hmm. There's been some very outside lane choices.
Yeah, that one went right across the point of the grass.
Oh.
But he managed to keep it up on 2 wheels.
I mean, here at the Classic Moto Festival, it's dirt, it's road, it's
Yeah, but
everything.
usually not in one race.
Usually not all together, but choices, Jay, choices.
Yeah, I'm sure he made one.
We've got a rider coming off track right now.
Yeah, somebody's pulling off early.
And is this our leader?
No.
Or no, just the
No,
very,
it's just
very
a
last,
bike.
the very end of it. We've got somebody pulling off with a little mechanical something or another.
I think this might be leader here. Yeah, this is leader. Tell by the sound of it.
Jay says this sounds like Andrew Mock.
Bike number X95, Andrew Malk, once again across the start-finish line, so everybody has seen the halfway flags. Whatever happens during this race, it will be complete. Want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing for the day. We've just got a few more races left on the docket, so please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders. If you've got any empty gas cans, feel free to drop those off at garage number 27. Also, rewards from yesterday, 2nd and 3rd place awards, and anybody that didn't pick up their 1st place awards, those are available down in tech, as are, I believe, the trophies for today as soon as we get them posted and everybody gets past the protest period. You can go pick up your trophies for today, again, down in the tech area, I believe is where they're at. So feel free to stop by and grab those. Smoker into one.
Oh,
Smoker into one.
got somebody letting loose a little bit of smoke on turn 1. Might be a little mechanical in their future, perhaps.
Yeah, that was
Timing to scoring.
a pretty good smoke.
Radio stuck in my T2. Okay. Can you tell me the number of the first and second place bike?
I need the 2nd place bike because
95, then 78.
7-8's our mystery rider.
Perfect. Thank
Let's
you.
go check out Race Monder. Here are your current results.
Yeah, you got a pretty good smoker
Andrew
out
Mock.
there.
Rickard, Roberts, Miller, Watney, Baker, Tomlinson, Grethard, Duke, Dinsmore is going to be 10.
Bike
Again, those are
number
mixed
5.
classes because this is 6 different classes racing all at the same time.
Announced to control.
But that Premier 500 will be Andy Mock, Ricard in the Classic
I'm seeing bike number
6650,
5
Formula
smoking pretty good on
250,
decel on several
Roberts
turns through
in
my
1.
binoculars. I don't know if anybody said anything about it.
I'll refuse to get yelled at again. Bike sign is good.
Oh, sorry, I forgot it was that one. My apologies.
Referee yell has to be announced.
I know. Never mind.
Okay, so that smoke is just part of how that machine runs.
It is. It is. It is.
This poor gentleman, whoever's racing this
I don't
bike, keeps
know.
getting dragged to tech
Oh
every
my
race.
gosh, yeah, I forgot that was the number. I didn't realize that was him. I heard the call on it yesterday, but I didn't realize it was that. It was
Yeah.
that bike.
He gets dragged into
Oops.
tech after every single race, and they prove that his bike is fine. It
White
runs real
flag out
rich.
for your race leader, bike number X95, Andrew Malk, as he sees the white flag as he starts his final lap. That it looks like, I believe it's going to be bike number 78's next across the line, although I'm not sure if his transponder's working out there as he begins the next race. And then it's going to be bike number 864, John Rickard out there with bike number 9, Colton Roberts right behind him. That's your top 3.
James Ferrantelli, thanks for tuning in. Carnakeer, thanks for watching. Carlton Palmer and Ian Hopkins. Jenna Pring, welcome back.
Going down through the list, bike number 188, Jarl Wathney back there in fourth. 17C, Mike Baker rounding out your top five. 69M, David Miller back there in sixth. Number 5, Greg Tomlinson in seventh. 569, John Grether back in eighth. Z7, Jerry Duke in ninth. And 304, Kevin Dinsmore rounding out your top 10.
Got this great handful of bikes crossing start finish right now. Last lap. Flag is waving. We're still waiting. I mean, Andrew Mock was so far ahead, he might have gone across the street to go grab a burger or something. I'm just saying, he might have stopped to get a snack.
He's coming.
He had time. Very smooth sailing for the previous. How many years has he won this race?
I don't know, a lot.
Yeah, with frequency.
Yeah. I think he's over at the chicane now, but I could be wrong.
Was it Vanilla or Vanilla?
Vanilla.
All right, let's take a look at this front straight. We had a couple bikes moving pretty rapidly towards it, but I don't think this.
Why are you down on the apron, buddy? He's dead. He died.
Oh yeah, somebody's having a little mechanical issue right
Yeah.
here on this front straight, right in front of us.
Yeah.
Something's happening. Oh! Checkers.
Oh, that was your race leader.
Drama happening here.
Either that or he decided to save his engine. Race leader, bike number 95, Andrew Mogg, barely taking the checker. Then it's going to be bike number 9, Colton Roberts, 864, John Rickard rounding out your top 3. Jarl Wathney back there in fourth, and bike number 17C, Mike Baker rounding out your top 5. Let's go first call. First call for race number 10. Again, first call for race number 10. 200 GP, Class C hand shift and foot shift, historic production heavyweight, and two-stroke 250 and 350. You folks will be up in just a moment. First call for race number 10. First call for race number 10.
So some very interesting strategy there from our race leader of just switching the bike off and coasting across the finish
He
line.
may have switched it off. It may have switched itself off.
It may have ran out of gas. I mean, he was hauling the mail pretty good. So I'm not really sure exactly what happened. We are way up here in this big glass box, and it's a little tough to hear, so I don't even know if his engine was running or not. But he did win. He did coast across. I mean, I was kind of joking about him taking it easy, but I guess maybe he felt like taking it easy.
Yeah.
But either way, the win for the Premier 500 goes to Mr. Andrew Mock. Congratulations. Formula 250 winner is going to be Colton Roberts. Jean Ricard. And the Classic 60 650 is your winner. And you can see the rest of the 1 through 10. Let's go ahead and give you the rest of the numbers.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 10. 200 GP, Class C hand shift, Class C foot shift, historic production heavyweight, and two-stroke 250 and 350. You guys will be up here in just a moment. Again, it is second call. Second call for race number 10. 200 Grand Prix, Class C foot shift, Class C hand shift, novice historic production heavyweight, two-stroke classic 350 and 250 GP. You'll be up in just a moment. It is second call, race number 10. Announced to control, it just went second. Let me know when we got to go third.
All right. All right, so our next race heading on out here is going to be 200 Grand Prix. hand shift, foot shift. GP.
Okay, coming up, I've got race 10, 4 laps, 3 waves.
Historical production. Heavyweight.
With a little bit of flood on the track, they're cleaning up now. It's nothing that's gonna cause an issue.
Okay, Michelle, have enough time to get back?
All right. Well, if you are just now joining us, thanks for tuning in. We are towards the bottom half of our race day out here. We've had a 13 race day. We are currently heading into race number 10. We had 13 races go on yesterday as well. Just absolutely spectacular weather the last 2 days. Great racing. Loads of fun out here. We had a great party on Friday across the street at the Daytona 1 kind of entertainment complex. These classic Moto fests. Always a good time. Indeed, putting the fest into the festival aspect of it with music and entertainment going on at night, all sorts of fun stuff going on. And then the racing has just been top notch here at the road racing track. But I've also been guaranteed and told that the vintage cross country was awesome. They said that the woods section was fantastic. They said that it was very narrow, very technical, a really good time. There was vintage motocross yesterday and today. Last night was vintage short track, flat track racing going on as well. So all sorts of fun racing going on here, powered by AHRMA, American Historical Racing Motorcycle Association. If you'd like to see more details on our full schedule, or for any of the remaining 3 Moto Classic festivals we've got going on, make sure you make your way over to www.arma.org.
Number 10, you folks are up right now. Bring them on up. Third and final call for 200 GP, Class C, hand shift, foot shift, novice historic production heavyweight, and 2-stroke classic 350 and 250 GP. You folks are up right now. Again, it's third and final call for race number 10. Bring them on up. We'll send you out here for your hot lap. Again, it's third and final call for race number 10. All right, where is everybody? Had some fluid cleanup a little bit. Not going to hurt anything, but that's why they had to drag. Attention in the paddock. Once again, it's third and final call, race number 10. 250 Grand Prix, Class C foot shift, Class C hand shift, novice historic production heavyweight, 2-stroke classic 350 and 2-stroke classic 250. Bring them on up. The track is now yours. Again, it's third and final call, race number 10. Rolling.
Well, I don't have a...
Yes, that Peter Finelli was written on our handwritten on the grids on site.
Well, let me add another for these folks. You said this is 2-stroke 200?
2-stroke classic 350 and 2-stroke classic 250.
350.
Yep, that's what that goofy one is at the very end.
Got it. I see it.
Yeah. As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. For the 200 Grand Prix Plus class out there, it's going to be row number 1, 784 Christopher Caden, 950 Don Hollingsworth, X42 Jonathan Hollingsworth, and 022 Cindy McLean. And row number 2, it's 820 Mitchell Barnes, 49L Alex Robb, 13K Rod Skaggs. Row number 3, it's 842 Tom Sanders, 080 Colin Fern, 221 Larry Poons, and 121 Jonas Stein. For the Class C foot shift, it's going to be presented by N3 Racing and Two Phils Racing. It's going to be on row number 5. It's 1K David Tompkins, 122 Alex McLean, 553 S Scott Dell, and 27 Bino Rody. And then row number 6, it's 24 Grant Spence. For the Class C hand shift, sponsored by Luke's Racecraft on row number 1, it's row number 8 rather. It's bike number 1, Tim Joyce, 81 Ralph Wessel, 244 Stephen Artez, and 35 Doc Batzler. Then row number 9, it's 96X, Joseph Miller, 98Y, Doug Young. Back on row number 10 for the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight, sponsored by XL Storage. Row number 11, it's bike number 75H, Herb High, 7S, Mitch Skaggs, 777, William Dokianos, and bike number G66, Mark Smithard. For the two-stroke classic 350 GP, back on row number 13, it's 417, Michael Perry. And for the two-stroke classic 250 GP field on row number 15, it's bike 516, Sakis Vasilopoulos, and X65 Jason Roberts. So for the 200 Grand Prix class out there, sponsored by Kincaid Legacy Racing, this class combines a variety of engine displacements. This class combines a variety of engine displacements and designs based on an index of performance. This class is for 68 and earlier machines, including 250 four-stroke singles, 250 air-cooled two-stroke singles, 175 air-cooled four-stroke twins, and 175 air-cooled two-stroke singles and twins. This includes purpose-built race bikes and converted production road and off-road bikes. Bump-up class is the 250 Grand Prix. Glenn Glavicki and Lost Boys Racing claimed the 2020 AHRMA National Championship in this class. For the Class C foot shift, this is sponsored by Two Phils Racing and N3. For the Class C hand shift, sponsored by Luke's Racecraft, this is a class for 1951 and earlier machines. Bikes are typically of those raced on early American Grand National Championship circuits. 500 singles and twin cams have overhead cam or pushrod engines. 750cc V-twins are side valve or flathead engines and use hand shift gearboxes. Battle of smaller, lighter British bikes against the heavier, more powerful American iron like Indian and Harley Davidson is what this class is for. Foot shift and hand shift classes are on the track together, but scored separately. For the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight, this is sponsored by XL Storage and Herb High. XL Storage is in St. Petersburg, Florida, is not only an extra home for your 2 or even 4-wheeled toys, but a great community to hang out in. Ride on down and say hi to Herb, number 75H, Pam, and Miss Gracie. For the class itself, this class is open to production street machines built up to the 1978 model year as determined by the frame and major component parts and like design. Machines must use original, unmodified OEM frame, swing arm, forks, and handlebar mounts. Earlier and 78 and earlier street machines and very close to standard production trim are what they're shooting for. Minimal modifications make this an inexpensive and entry-level class, which is intended for novice-level riders. The heavyweight class is for 4 strokes up to 750 and 350 to 500 cc 2 strokes. For the 2-stroke classic 250 GP, this class showcases 74 to 84 era purpose-built 250 liquid-cooled Grand Prix bikes, and as the name would say, the 2-stroke classic 350 GP is for the same thing. This class showcases 74 to 84 era purpose 350 cc liquid-cooled Grand Prix race bikes. That is your field here for race number 10.
This 200 Grand Prix is also the class to enter for a lot of the CB160 folks that want to chase points and go for championship titles, because the CB160 class here at AHRMA is an exhibition class. Started quite a few years ago actually, but just boomed in popularity, which was the point of it, to bring new people to AHRMA racing, and a little bit more affordable motorcycle. You know, the CB160s can usually be had for less than $1,000. And they're pretty
Find it for
reliable.
$50.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But the whole point of it was to be a little bit more attainable, a little bit more accessible. I mean, I have friends that race that class, and they race the entire season on the same bike, no engine work, no nothing. They're just bulletproof little bikes.
Yeah.
So the grids are usually massive, but it is exhibition because it's a lot of different skill levels. And then if you want to chase championship points, you have to bump to this GP 200 class in order to qualify for points and championship.
This is also a 4-lap race, even though it's a non-exhibition race because this is such a large track. As the flag waves, the 200 Grand Prix bikes work their way down towards turn number 1. Looking back, waiting for them to clear the track for the next group up. It's going to be the Class C foot shift and hand shift bikes. As the riders bring the revs up, waiting for the flag to go, there it goes, and they thunder down to that hot pit lane towards turn number 1 themselves. Then looking back up the field here for the novice historic production heavyweight class and the classic two-stroke 250s and 350s. Those guys are patiently waiting for their turn to start here in this third wave. And there they go. The flag waves and that field is off. All bikes have now left the starting grid and working their way around the track. Meanwhile, the 200 Grand Prix riders are all the way over through the dog leg into turn number 5. We'll get the full running order for you in just a moment when they come around to complete lap number 1. While we got a moment, want to remind everybody, don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing for the day. And please, if you've got any empty race fuel cans that you don't want anymore, don't leave them by the trash can. Please bring them by garage number 27 and drop off your empty fuel cans there. Again, garage number 27 is collecting empty fuel cans for disposal. Also, if you want to pick up your trophies, I believe they're available in the tech area. If you want to pick up your trophies from yesterday, they've been available all day. And after the protest period for the posted results, those trophies for today should be available for pickup.
All right, bikes all over the track already so far. Very spread out from those little CB 160s in that 200 Grand Prix class all the way to this hand and foot shift class.
Yep.
And historical production heavyweight. So there's going to be quite a disparity in displacement.
It could be, yeah. Could be quite a disparity in speeds too.
Well, that for
So
sure.
if you look at the backstretch, somebody just got blown by back there.
Yeah.
There's two guys diving down into the brake zone.
Speaking of, they're
Yeah,
already up
Nick
here.
is
Speaking of, they're already here. Hi
The
there.
leaders across the start-finish line, 784 Christopher Caden and bike number 950 Don Hollingsworth. Those guys are having an epic battle out here in the first of 4 laps as they dive down into turn number 1. Next across the line is 022 Cindy McLean and 1K David Tompkins. They round out your top 4 with 820 Mitchell Barnes right there. 122 Alex McLean out there for the Class C foot shift. Actually, I think he's running second in class. Tompkins is up there in the lead. He's running 4th overall for the Class C foot shift.
All right, let's go check out some race monitor action. For those of you following along at home, here are our current standings and results. Ralph Wessel just crossing the finish line,
Ralph's leading. Cool.
leading in his hand shift class.
Yep.
Very cool. Christopher Acaden already at the top of the box for the 200 class. Let's go a little bit further down pack. Mike Skaggs just crossing, and Stephen Aretz just crossing finish line. William Docianos.
So after that first lap, 784 Christopher Caden out front, 950 Don Hollingsworth back there in second, 022 Cindy McLean in third. That's your top three for the 200 Grand Prix class. Then 1K David Tompkins is in fourth, leading for the Class C. 820 Mitchell Barnes in fifth. Sixth is 122 Alex McLean. He's running second in class for the foot shift. Then it's going to be bike number one, Tim Joyce. He's leading for the hand shift. We thought it was Ralph Wessel, but it's Tim Joyce leading for the hand shift. Eighth overall is 53S Scott Dell. He's out there, I think, running third in class for the Class C foot shift. And 81 Ralph Wessel. He's holding on to that second place in the hand shift, running ninth overall in the bike number 417. Michael Perry out there looks like he's leading for the two-stroke Classic 350 field as he rounds out your top 10 of this shortened four-lap race.
Right, we do have somebody making their way through the high banks right now and coming back towards the front straight. So let's go check it out.
Race leaders down through the tri-oval one more time. Looks like it's going to be bike number 784, Christopher Caden. Managed to shake the draft of 950 Don Hollingsworth. Those guys were pretty much nose to tail that last lap. Looks like Caden's worked out about 6 to 8 bike lengths of breathing room as he dives down into turn number one. Then it's going to be bike number 1K, David Tompkins. He's running third overall, leading for the Class C foot shift out there. He's brought himself up to speed. Here comes a three-way battle of bikes. I'm not sure. I don't believe they're all in the same class. Looks like it's going to be 122 Alex McLean. He's running fourth overall, second in class for the Class C foot shift. Then Cindy McLean has her hands full with Mitchell Barnes out there. So those guys are racing for third overall in the 200 Grand Prix field out there. Then it's going to be bike number 417, Michael Perry. He's leading for the Classic 350 two-stroke, and he's got X70, X65. Jason Roberts right back behind him. He's leading for the two-stroke Classic 250. Tim Joyce still holding on to that Class C hand shift lead as he's back there in that ninth place position.
All right. Got a little racing action going on in the horseshoe right now. Ooh, it's dark out there. When there's a cloud in the middle of you can't see a thing. I mean, this track is so big it's got its own weather systems in different areas of it. For real, it's crazy here.
It's got its own zip code too.
It really wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they designated it as its own zip code. Let's go see what's going on here. Towards turn one.
White flag in hand with your starter, waiting for Christopher Caden to come around on 784. It looks like he's working his way down the backstretch right now.
Some great racing going on in that international horseshoe right now.
Actually, looks like he's over out of the chicane now onto the lower portion of the NASCAR turns 3 and 4 banking as he's taking a low line on that 160 Honda as he's working his way again out of turn number 4 here, coming onto the front straightaway in just a moment.
All right, let's go track him down. See, nice and sunny over there.
White flag out for 784 Christopher Caden as he takes the last lap here on the final lap here of race number 10. Then it's going to be bike number 350, Don Hollingsworth, starting his final lap. It looks like it's going to be 1K David Tompkins, although one bike retiring early. So at the line, yep, it's David Tompkins. But again, one of the bikes over there retiring early. Don't know what number that is, but we'll try and get it for you as quickly as we can. That might have been McLean. Don't know. At the line, 122, Alex McLean, and then his wife, Cindy McLean. They're pretty much side by side Out there, McLean running second in class. Alex McLean running second in class for the foot shift. His wife Cindy running third overall for the 250 Grand Prix as they start the final lap. Let's go first call. First call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3 Next Gen Superbike and Formula 750. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3 Next Gen Superbike and Formula 750. First call for race number 11.
The family that races together out here. Husband and wife team banging bars going through the horseshoe right now.
Announce to control.
Go ahead.
We have any pickups?
Not yet.
Well, I don't have any back-to-back, so I'm going to roll.
Jay giving the courtesy call to race control to see if there's anybody racing in this class and the next. Thanks, buddy.
Well, I knew there wasn't. I just want to know if I needed a drag for a pickup. So,
Alright. Still some folks making
running
their way
down through the
start
list,
finish.
820 Mitchell Barnes still holding on to that sixth place position, fourth in class. The next 65, Jason Roberts, he's leading for the two-stroke Classic 250 with bike number 516. Sakis Vasilopoulos right behind him. Those guys are duking it out for the Classic 250 two strokes. Tim Joyce still out there leading for the Class C hand shift as the rest of the field continues to take the white flag.
The little results for you so far.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, 784, Christopher Caden, as he brings home another one. Then it's going to be bike number 950, Don Hollingsworth, taking the second unofficially out there. And I believe next across the line is going to be bike number 1K, David Tompkins. He comes home unofficially third overall, but first in class for the Class C foot shift. With the checkered flag out on this one, let's go second call. Second call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3, Next Gen Superbike and Formula 750. You folks will be up here shortly. It is second call. Second call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3, Next Gen Superbike and F750. Second call, race number 11.
Look at this little drag race going on.
This is Mary.
At the line, looks like it's going to be 022, Cindy McLean getting there. Actually, no, it's 820, Mitchell Barnes. He worked himself up onto the podium for the 200 Grand Prix class, and then 122, Alex McLean coming home, looks like second in class for the foot shift, and then his wife, 022, Cindy McLean, coming in off the podium, fourth in class, sixth overall. You would have thought he'd have thrown a block for his wife.
I think it's all it's all fair game in racing.
That's what I'm saying. Woo!
Timmy Joyce just crossing the finish line. Scott Dell right behind him. Tim Joyce in the hand shift class and Scott Dell in the foot shift class.
720.
All right, another excellent race.
Say again, Mary. Just a minute. Clint Austin was out there, but he's checked off, and James McCabe was not. Copy, thank you.
Ralph Wessel just crossing the finish line
Repeat that.
in the hand shift class. Second place behind Tim Joyce.
Who just went counter race?
Mitch Skaggs.
Somebody over there between two and the horseshoe just went counter race and pulled off to the inside. Yeah, right there.
There's a lot of ways on and off and around this track, Jay,
I
and
know.
I'm just saying I can't keep it all straight. And I don't think they can either. Sometimes you gotta make choices.
That was not a good one.
It was a weird choice for sure.
You don't want to go counter race on a racetrack,
Right.
even if it's after the checkered flag.
These last folks making their way across start finish line. Joseph Miller.
Third.
All right. Well, with that, let's go on ahead and get ready for
Attention
our
out in the
next
paddock.
race.
Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3, Next Gen Superbike and F750. You folks are up right now if you want to bring them on up. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3, Next Gen Superbike and F750. You folks are up right now. Third call for race number 11.
All right.
Announced to control. I just put third out.
Sound of Thunder 3.
Once again, it is third call for race number 11. Sound of Thunder 3 presented by N3 Racing and Motorcycle Supply. Next Gen Superbike and Formula 750 presented by NYC Norton. You folks are up right now if you want to bring them on up. Again, it's third call, third and final call for race number 11.
All right. 750. And Next Gen Superbike.
Sound of Thunder 3.
Ring track start.
Just for that, we'll go 5.5.
All right.
5.5.
There we go.
2 waves, 3 clipboards.
As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there for the race presented by N3 and Motorcycle Supply. Row number 1, it's 412, Chris White, 6R, Alex Ferreira. Bike number 901, Sean Weiss, and 4A, John MacArthur. Row number 2, it's 97K, Kevin Grimmel, 371, David Vaughn, and 69M, David Miller. Row number 3, it's 647, John Waverka, 553, Paul Canali, 242, Michael DeRoche, and 232, Jose Contreras. Excuse me.
Oh,
Row number 4, it's 8NZ Tony Dukas, 121 Rhett Horton, and bike number 000 Edward Sullivan. Row number 5, it's 2A Alex Spanos, 13D Steve DeCamp, X16 Ray Cole, and 21 Brandon Gindelsberger. Row number 6, it's 604 Anthony Burke, 461 Malcolm Wilkinson, and bike number 2B Christopher Mock. Row number 7, it's 94 Dean Milton, 26 Stuart Carter, and 229 X Darren James. The Sound of Thunder 3 is sponsored by Motorcycle Supply with N3 Racing. When duct tape and zip ties won't do, give them a call. Motorcycle Supply is run by experienced gray-haired riders and racers serving motorcyclists with parts, accessories, and gears since 1988. Come see them in Manhattan, Kansas, that is Manhattan, Kansas, home of 1,300 miles of highway and 11 curves. The field itself is comprised of a variety of twin-cylinder bikes, including Harley XR 1200s. Pushrod overhead valve machines up to 1,000 cc's are legal, as are the overhead cam engines with up to 3 valves per cylinder to 805 cc's. Single overhead cam configuration machines that are liquid-cooled V-twins up to 750 cc's are allowed, as are the overhead cam liquid-cooled 4-valve engines up to a maximum of 650 cc's. For the Next Gen Superbike, back on row number 9, it's bike number 1Y, Jim Barker, 34R, Rodney Menke, 229, William Halser, and bike number 502, John Burden. Row number 10 at 6A, Tim Halsmer, 054, Gilbert Jennings, and 045, Curtis Adams. Row number 11 at 17S, Paul Schwimmer, 204, Rick Patriola, 35R, Scott Billings, and 246, Gary DePietro. The Next Gen Superbike is sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Tours and Ned Heidel. AHRMA's mission with this class is to recreate and preserve the look and feel of this popular era of U.S. superbike racing. Based on production machinery available on dealer showroom floors, these motorcycles were modified within a set of rules that kept the machines looking relatively stock, but allowed a dramatic increase in their performance. Mid-80s to early 90 production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into race bikes are what this class is all about. Twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000 cc's are allowed. Four-cylinder bikes up to 750 out there are also allowed, and you'll see marquees from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is the era when riders like Fred Merkel, Bubba Schobert, and Wayne Rainey ruled in the U.S. and then out there for the Formula 750 class. On row number 13, it's 1S Daniel May, 242 or 424 Albert Charles, 111 Trip Nobles, and 057 Peter Politek. The Formula 750 class is sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restoration, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classy Norton motorcycle restorations, upgrades and custom builds, motor work, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. This class is for 72 and earlier 600 to 750 cc four-stroke machines, up to 4 cylinders. It must be representative of race bikes of the era with fairings and lower clip-on style handlebars. Disc brakes and upgraded aftermarket frames are allowed. BSA, Triumph, Norton, Honda, Yamaha, Ducati, BMW are all represented in this class. That's your field here for race number 11, the Sound of Thunder 3, presented by N3 Racing and Motorcycle Supply. Next Gen Superbike and Formula 750, presented by NYC Norton.
Looks like the grid is clearing.
Excuse me.
It's clear.
The voice is going.
Set. Set. Okay, here we go. Let's go 2 more. Go to the right. Sideways.
Oops.
Green flag waves as the Sound of Thunder bikes do just that and thunder down that front straightaway into turn number 1. Second wave cleanly away for the Next Gen Superbikes and the Formula 750 as they rip down that front straightaway in through turn number 1. Meanwhile, the Sound of Thunder 3 bikes trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow as they're working their way through the International Horseshoe. Lead rider takes a little bit of a wide line out of the exit of the horseshoe, but makes it work for him and still holds the lead as he drafts or has the tow of about 6 guys behind him in the draft as they work their way up through the gearbox, down through the dogleg, down into the West Horseshoe over into turn number 5. Meanwhile, Next Gen Superbikes and Formula 750 riders have already figured out their single file through the International Horseshoe down through the dog legs themselves, while the lead pack of Sound of Thunder 3 bikes working their way over into the braking zone for turn number 6. They all accordion back up as they get ready to hit the high bankings down in turns number 1 and 2 here on the opening laps, where this is where the horsepower is really going to shine as everybody starts working the draft and really pulling away.
It looks like our race leaders are getting their way through the backside of the track, heading towards the turns 1 and 2 of, or 3 and 4 of the outside oval high banks. Heading there in just 1 second.
One rider breakaway. I'm not sure what the number is. We'll get it here in just a moment as he works his way up the turns 3 and 4 NASCAR track. Then it looks like the battle's shaping up for 2nd and 4th back there as the lead rider out of the exit of turn number 4 on the high banks down into the center section of the front straightaway, taking a little bit of a lower line. Meanwhile, a draft setting up between the second place riders as they're pretty much nose to tail down that front straightaway. At the line, it is going to be 00 Edward Sullivan out front. Second place battle is going to be between 4A John MacArthur and 6R Alex Ferreira. Then bike numbers 97K, Kevin Grimmel, and 412 Chris White round out your top 5. 901 Sean Weiss back there in 6th. 371 David Vaughn back in 7th. 69M David Miller back there in 8th. 21 Brandon Gendelsberger back in 9th. And bike number 553 Paul Canale back in that 10th place position as 00 Edward Sullivan continues to stretch out his lead as MacArthur has his hands full with Alex Ferreira right there behind him. Where did this come from? One of them? Okay. Just want to make sure we get it back to him. Like 00, Edward Sullivan working his way through the high banks now down to the low side of NASCAR's turn 2 down that back straightaway as he's got some superior horsepower out there as he rockets down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, second place rider looks like MacArthur, John MacArthur on 4A taking a lower line through the exit of 2 with bike number 6R, Alex Ferreira right there behind him. Again, Kevin Grimmel and Chris White having a battle themselves. Looks like White makes a draft pass on Grimmel, as then Grimmel returns the favor as they dive down into the braking zone one more time, although I might have had that order backwards. But there's a lot of racing going on back there as they work their way out of the chicane back onto the high bankings of NASCAR's turn 3 and 4. Meanwhile, double lot, Edward Sullivan out here down the front straightaway one more time through the tri-oval to begin his next lap, as he is setting a blistering pace, a full front straightaway lead between he and the second place battle between MacArthur and Ferreira, as those guys are working each other over down the front straightaway one more time. Actually, this might be Chris White. I believe he's out there on the blue bike as he works his way forward. Nope, it's still MacArthur, Ferreira, Grimmel, and White. So Chris White on a blue bike, but he's still back there in that top 5 position as Ferreira takes a look up the inside of MacArthur down at the exit of turn number 1, thinks it better, but drops back in line. Meanwhile, Chris White trying to work around the outside of Kevin Grimmel, and Grimmel saying, nope, not having any part of it. Now White dives in on the brakes, down in on the inside of Grimmel, as MacArthur on 4A runs a little bit wide a line out of turn number 3, the International Horseshoe, but still making it work as he has Ferreira, White, and Grimmel in tow. So a 4-rider battle there for that second place podium position as they work their way through the dog leg down into turn number 5. Meanwhile, double lot, Edward Sullivan has checked out on the field. He's already working his way into the turn number 1 NASCAR high banks over there as that 4-way battle for second rages on out of the exit of turn number 5 over into 6. Going on down through the listing or through the grids, through the results so far, 901 Sean Weiss back there in that 6th place position, 045 Curtis Adams in 7th, 371 David Vaughn back in 8th, 69M David Miller in 9th, and 21 Brandon Gindelsberger still back there rounding out the top 10. Looks like Grimmel and White continuing to duke it out for that 4th place podium position as Grimmel pulls the trigger with horsepower around the high side through NASCAR turns number 2. Meanwhile, Alex Ferreira back there on 9 or 6R. I think he's managed to finally put a pass on John MacArthur on 4A, so I believe you can put Alex Ferreira up to that second step of the podium, as it's still a 4-rider freight train out of the
Bus stop.
Chicane.
Oh.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Out of the chicane into NASCAR's high banks turn 3 and 4. I couldn't say chicane to save my life.
You're like, oh, here they come, this freight
Meanwhile,
train. Look at this drag race.
Edward Sullivan all the way over to turn number 2 of the battle for second rages on. Here they come across the line. It is going to be 97. Kevin Grimmel works his way up to lead this one. 4A John MacArthur back there in 3rd. 6R Alex Ferreira back in 4th. And then 045 Curtis Adams running out your top 5. So I think they might have gotten hung up by a slower back marker, and that allowed Kevin Grimmel to make the pass that he wanted to do. Meanwhile, here comes Chris Wright diving down, or I can't tell if that's Wright or if that's MacArthur. That might have been MacArthur diving back in underneath Grimmel, and then it looks like there goes Ferreira. So Grimmel led that one, or had second place for a little bit, now back into 4th as Ferreira makes a move on MacArthur as the halfway flags are on this one. So 3 done and 3 left to go. So MacArthur and Ferreira still working each other over for that second step of the podium, while Grimmel and White continue to try and figure out who's going to hold on to that 4th place position.
A little bit further down, some good racing going on. Folks just crossing this finish line right now. Let's go take a look at race monitor.
Actually, where did Curtis Adams come in? He's shown to be on that lead lap in that pack too.
Mm-hmm. They're all like on top of each other.
I wonder if he had a bad transponder. Oh.
Brandon Gindelsberger. I just like that name.
That's a cool name.
That's a good one. That's a good one right
A
there.
little tough to pronounce when you're talking fast, but it's a cool name.
And here's the rest of your
Race leader
results.
one more time out of turn number 4. NASCAR's turn number 4 down the front straightaway. He is absolutely on fire, found his rhythm, and is checking out on the field as
Race
he begins his next lap, diving down into turn number 1, looking back over the track. The next riders are still way over in the chicane area as Edward Sullivan working his way out of 1 over into 2. Looks like some of the back markers might have shaken things up a bit here, as it looks like we've got a little bit of separation from the folks out there running out front. So it's 0:45. Curtis Adams working his way up. He's running 2nd overall in class. Then Grimmel, Chris White, 6R. Alex Ferreira still back there in that 5th place position. In 4A, John MacArthur dropping back to 6th overall with 9:01. Sean Beats back in 7th. 2:29. William Halser in 8th. 21. Brandon Gindelsberger out there in 9th. And 31. David Vaughn rounding out your top 10. Pretty sure, yeah, 0:45 Curtis Adams, he's next gen Superbike. He's not Sound of Thunder. That's where he came from.
Yeah.
So
He's just pushed his way up.
yeah. Out front, Edward Sullivan leading for the Sound of Thunder 3. Then our 2nd place bike, 0:45 Curtis Adams. He's leading for the next gen Superbike, so he worked his way around that battle for 2nd with the Sound of Thunder. So Grimmel still leading White and Ferreira and MacArthur for that 2nd step of the podium in Sound of Thunder, as a white flag should be coming out next time by. Trying to find my race leader. He should be, looks like he's over in NASCAR turn 3 and 4, running a low line here on what should be the white flag out this next time by.
You think this is race leader? Oh, who's coming off pace right now?
Looks like a double odd. Edward Sullivan coming off of the track, I believe. Yeah, that looks like our race leader. Didn't he do this yesterday?
I don't know. I know Josh.
Looks like new race leader would be 0:45 Curtis Adams, as he's out of NASCAR turn number 4 down that front straightaway. White flag in hand with our starter, Ed Bargy, letting him know he is now the new leader. So 0:45 Curtis Adams leading for the next gen Superbike. Here's now the battle for the lead for the Battle of Sound of Thunder 3, rather. It's gonna be at this line. Throw a blanket over the Grinnell, Ferreira, and White. That is now 1st, 2nd, and 3rd on the last lap, as it looks like Ferreira sweeps around Grimmel, putting himself up to the top step of the podium. Meanwhile, White's trying to figure out how to get around Grimmel and challenge Ferreira. Ferreira up front at the moment, really putting his head down, diving into the braking zone there for the International Horseshoe. So the battle looks like it's between Grimmel and White. Nope, looks like Grimmel drops back a position once again. Actually, I think that's White out front on the blue bike. Then it should be Ferreira and Grimmel. Grimmel looks like he's got a little bit more horsepower, as that trio working their way through the dog leg down into turn number 5 one more time. Again, I believe Chris White out front, stretching it out a little bit. Alex Ferreira trying to reel him in. 37 or 97K. Kevin Grimmel back there in 3rd place here in an exciting final lap of race number 11. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 12. Again, first call, race number 12. Sportsman 350, Vintage Superbike, Lightweight, and 350 GP Formula 125. It is first call. First call for race number 12. First call. On the high banks over in turn number 2. NASCAR's turn number 2 for the final time. Looks like we've got another draft pass working on back there as that battle works their way down the back straightaway on the final lap here. Looking forward to try and find out where Curtis Adams 045 is. He's leading this one as he's running up front for the next gen Superbikes. Another rider coming off track.
One more racer coming off pace.
Looks like checkered flag out for 045 Curtis Adams as he takes the unofficial win out there for next gen Superbike. Here's going to be the battle for Sound of Thunder 3. Who's it going to be as they're all working their way down the front straightaway through the tri-oval at the line? Looks like it's going to be 6R Alex Ferreira, 412 Chris White, and 229 William Halser in there. He's holding on to that second position for Next Gen Superbike. The 97K, Kevin Grimmel, rounding out your top three. And what an exciting race out there for Sound of Thunder 3. As bike number 17S, Paul Schwimmer, comes in. I believe he looks like he's third in class for Next Gen Superbike. Then it's 21, Brandon Gindelsberger. Then bike number 901, Sean Weiss, and 647, John Waverka, round out your top 10 in an exciting race number 11.
Very exciting. I'm curious about this Sullivan situation, though, him pulling off the very last lap.
As fast as he was going, I don't know if he was legal, but I'm not going to say it. He was moving.
Yeah.
He was
And then
running
somebody else came off pace, too.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to talk to Edward and find out what's going on.
We'll have to find out what's going on.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Right, race fans, let's go ahead and get the next graphics up. Race 12 of a 13 race day here at beautiful Daytona International Speedway. All sorts of great racing action going on. There they are. Boom, boom, boom. Race number 12 is going to be Sportsman 350.
Attention out in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 12. Sportsman 350 presented by Toadtown Racing. Vintage Superbike Lightweight presented by 51% Racing. 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. And Formula 125. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 12. Second call, race number 12. Sportsman 350 Vintage Superbike Lightweight. 350 GP and Formula 125. Announce to control. I just put second out. Let me know when my back-to-back's ready to go for third, please. As we're winding down the race day here, let's say thank you to Bridgestone Tires one more time. Bridgestone is proud to be the official tire for AHRMA. From road racing to motocross, Bridgestone has a wide range of tires to fit your vintage race needs. Go see their full lineup at BridgestoneMotorcycleTires.com. Also, I'd like to say thank you to Haggerty Insurance. Haggerty's off-track insurance guarantees your race bike is properly protected. And don't forget coverage for spare parts, tools, and your trailer, plus membership in Haggerty Driver Club. Get started today at Haggerty.com. Also, a big thank you to UTR in Kansas 811. Know what's below. Call 811 before you dig. Also want to let people know that tomorrow, if anybody's sticking around, there will be a board meeting over across the street at the hotel there in One Victory Circle. It runs from 8 to 5, but from 9 to 10, they will have an open forum for AHRMA members. So if you'd like to stop in and put in your 2 cents worth, you will have an open forum during that meeting from 9 a.m. till 10 a.m.
You get 1 hour for
That's
your
right.
2 cents.
1 hour to put your time in. Also want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. And also, if you have any empty race fuel cans, bring them over to garage number 27 for recycling.
Start. Three boards, 3 ways.
All right. Let's see what's going on out on the internets. George Rolson, thanks for tuning in. George, one of my buddies in real life. Good to see you.
Third.
Ryan Benjamin, thanks for tuning in. Mark Sharon Crabtree. Lloyd Scott Turner, thanks for watching. Meredith McKay Smith. Emily Lawson, thanks for tuning in.
How many people actually?
Attention on the paddock. Looks like everybody's where they need to be. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 12. Sportsman 350 presented by Toadtown Racing. Vintage Superbike Lightweight presented by 51% Racing. 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. And Formula 125. Bring them on up, folks. It's time for your race. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 12. Sportsman 350 Vintage Superbike Lightweight. 350 GP and Formula 125. Come on up. Third call for race number 12. Third call. All right, third call, race number 12.
Bob Denton, thanks for tuning in. Very exciting racing. You're totally right. It's been great racing both days. I've heard the dirt racing was really, really good as well.
Yeah.
Five horsepower, let's go hot.
But all this great racing is not possible without our excellent sponsors, who Jay has been mentioning the whole time, as well as all of the AHRMA volunteers and staff and crew here on the grounds at Daytona International Speedway. So huge thanks to them.
As the racers take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up out there for the Sportsman 350 presented by Toadtown Racing. Row number 1, 69M, David Miller, 270, Rob Hall, 78, Peter Pinello, and 32X, David Felpel. Row number 2, it's 150, Blake Parr, 520, Richard Mazie, and 727, Beasley Ayers. Row number 3, it's D33, Herm Narsikos, 76U, Luke Sayer, 1P, Eric Cook, and 999, Hunter Longshore. The Sportsman 350 class, sponsored by Toadtown Racing. With over 30 years of experience, Toadtown Racing's Gary Swan is the go-to guy for British and Honda Twins race bikes for both dirt track and road racing. Services include engine building, race prep, fabrication, and more. Products available from Toadtown include race quality pistons, ignitions, bodywork, bike stands, and more. Visit them in the pits. Look for bike number 59 for the Sportsman 350 class. These are 72 and earlier street bike-based four-stroke machines. No fairings and drum brakes are required. Dominated by overhead cam Honda 350s is the typical fare that you'll see out there. Vintage Superbike Lightweight, sponsored by 51% Racing. For this field on row number 5, it's going to be 51P Jim Ike, 1Z Matthew Joy, 590 David Evans, and 552 James Berry. The Vintage Superbike Lightweight field, sponsored by 51% Racing, Yep, enjoy racing and enjoy AHRMA and the members that make it so much fun. For the Vintage Superbike Lightweight field, this is a variety of machines up through 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Overhead cam singles, including Yamaha TT500s and Honda Ascots, can be seen out there, as well as overhead cam twins to 470 cc's and pushrod twins to 650 cc's. Four-cylinder bikes, including the Honda CB350 and 400, with a maximum of 400 cc's, can also be seen out there. For the 350 GP class, sponsored by NYC Norton. On row number 7, it's going to be 122 Alex McLean, Z7 Jerry Duke, 950 Don Hollingsworth, and 436 Dennis Pointlett. Row number 8, it's 9A John Sneed, 679 James Corn, and X42 Jonathan Hollingsworth, and then 866 Richard Hollingsworth is back on row 9. The 350 GP class, which is sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restorations, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrade, and custom builds, motorwork, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. The 350 GP class is for 1968 and earlier machines, including 350 four-strokes and air-cooled single-cylinder two-strokes, 250 liquid-cooled single-cylinder two-strokes, and air-cooled twin-cylinder two-strokes. Included some This includes some rather exotic purpose-built race bikes like the AJS 7R, Yamaha TD1, Harley-Davidson Aramaki ER/CRTT. Converted production bikes are also in this class. Ducati singles and Harley-Davidson Sprints are also out there. Alex McLean took the 18, 19, and 20 titles on his Rob McKeever-sponsored Aramaki in this class. Then for the Formula 125 class, back on row number 11 is 270 Tim Terrell, 17G Randy Knoop, 14K Ken Knoop, and 577 Derek Strange. Then row number 12, rounding out your field, it's 97R Ken DeBevelak, 777 Robert Himmelman, and 080 Colin Fern. The 125 class includes a variety of air-cooled twin-shock steel-frame Grand Prix bikes, including models into the mid-70s. The class is primarily populated by 125 to 200cc two-stroke singles and twins, including production race bikes and converted street enduro machines. You'll see and hear a few of the Honda 175cc four-stroke twins out there occasionally. Single disc front brakes are allowed, and some machines also bump up to Formula 250. That's your field here for race number 12. This was a pretty good race yesterday, if I recall right.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoy this one. NYC Norton, one of the sponsors for one of these classes. Kenny Cummings races with us on the regular. I don't believe he's here this weekend, however. I haven't seen his name on any of the grids. But hello to Kenny, if he's back home in New York.
As the green flag waves, looks like the Sportsman 350 field thunders down that front straightaway into turn number 1. Everybody getting through there cleanly, starting to go single file. For the vintage Superbike lightweight field, looks like they're off away cleanly themselves down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, the Sportsman 350 class all the way over into the International Horseshoe, as looks like most of the riders able to navigate that turn successfully with pretty much single file as your third wave of 350 GP and Formula 125 riders take off down towards turn number 1. Meanwhile, the vintage Superbike lightweight field there cleanly in through the International Horseshoe. Looks like everybody negotiated that turn okay. And here comes that third wave between the Formula 1 and 350 GP riders. They're all working their way out of turn number 2, now coming down into the International Horseshoe on their opening lap. Meanwhile, the Sportsman 350, the first wave, all the way over into turn number 6, getting ready to hit the high bankings through NASCAR's turn 1 and 2 here for the first time in just a moment.
Race number 12 underway. Looks like we've got our first couple of bikes hitting the first set of high banks over there, navigating them. Using the inside track, everybody's down real low.
Yeah, I imagine these smaller bikes will take a lower line.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think they're opting to stay inside.
Try and go less distance.
You can see them in the middle part of your screen right now, heading down the back side of the track. There's one last little chicane before they hit the second high bank.
They go through the bus stop and then the latter part of it's called the chicane. Up into turns 3 and NASCAR's turns 3 and 4. There's somebody kind of climbing up in there a little bit to battle for second out there. Really good battle for second.
Now someone's going wide, yep, and there's a really good battle going for second.
Race
right
leaders
now.
out of NASCAR's turn number 4 onto the front straightaway, but a real drafting battle for the race for second back there. We'll get the running order here for as they cross the line in just a moment. Lead bike through the tri-oval to lead this one, and at the line it's going to be... Who's it going to be? Looks like Peter Pinello and 69M David Miller back there in that second. Couldn't quite get the lead bike's number. We'll try and track that one down as Pinello. It's 270 Rob Hall. He's my leader up front. Then Peter Pinello and 69M David Miller. Those guys are having the battle for second. Then 1P Eric Cook and D33 Herm Nartsikos rounding out your top 5. Is I'm saying that right? race monitor.
Very curious.
What's weird because it also starts with position 2.
Let's
Race
go
monitor
see.
can get kind of flaky sometimes.
Let's go see what's going on. Oh, a really good battle going on in that horseshoe. Some passing.
Somebody went wide,
Mm-hmm.
or rather took the scenic route, I guess I should say.
And our race leader is just now heading into the western horseshoe, right before they make the climb up the wall, or not, of the high banks.
Yeah.
And they'll be on the very top right-hand side of your screen if you're watching at home.
Out front 270, Rob Hall showing the fast way around as he's running the low lines through NASCAR's turn 1 and 2. As he's out of the exit of 2 down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, 78 Peter Pinello and 69M David Miller holding on to that second and third place position respectively as they rocket out of turn number 2 down that back straightaway one more time themselves.
All right, and let's go take a gander over at Race Monitor. Let's see where we're at.
Race leader 270 Rob Hall still taking the low line through NASCAR's 3 and 4 as he's exited the 4 down that front straightaway on to coming into the tri-oval. Looks like a little bit of a gap set up between that second place battle between Pinello and David Miller. As here comes your race leader 270 Hall across the start finish line. The next up looks like it's going to be at the line 78 Peter Pinello and then 69M David Miller. That's your top 3 as they work their way down into turn number 1 one more time. Here's the battle for I believe that 4th place position. Actually, these guys are duking it out for they're still duking it out for 4th. Hermnar Sikos. And then 1P Eric Cook, and then 32 David Pelpel. Those 3 are all running Sportsman 350. You could have thrown a blanket over those 3 as they crossed through the tri-oval. Then bike number 1Z, Matthew Joy back there leading for the Super Vintage Superbike Lightweight with 51P, Jim Ike right behind him. Then 846 Andrew Hauer on Vintage Superbike. And then 150 Blake Parr on a Sportsman 350. So Joy, Ike, and Hauer running 1, 2, 3 in class for the Vintage Superbike Lightweight.
Let's go see what's going on a little bit further into the field. All right. This feels like this could be right around race leader, so let's throw this guy up here and see. No, not quite yet. There we go. Rob Hall in 1, just crossing the finish line currently for the Sportsman 350 class. It's a pretty sizable lead between himself and his second place racer, Pinello in 2, Miller in 3. Andre Hauer for Vintage Superbike in 1. Everybody through that horseshoe. Let's go check out some race action going on right now. Back at the finish line. A couple more folks coming across.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, as he starts the second half of his race, still being chased down by 78 Peter Pinello and 69M David Miller. 846 Andrew Hauer back there in that fourth place position with 51 Jim Ike working his way up to round out the top five. Lee is still there back there in second place for the Vintage Superbike. So Hauer was third place that last lap. Now he's leading for the Vintage Superbike. Then 32X David Felpel, 1Z Matthew Joy dropping back a couple of positions, still holding on to third for the heavyweight superbike lightweight. And then Herm Narcicos back on D33, 1P Eric Cook, and bike number 150 Blake Parr rounding out your top 10 as the laps continue to click down here in race number 12. Want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the day and for the weekend. Again, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. Trophies for the races that have been posted and have managed to work their way past the protest period. Trophies can be picked up down in the tech center, the tech area, the tech garage, I believe. And also, if you've got any empty fuel cans you need to dispose of, if you want to drop those off at garage number 27, they are taking the empty fuel cans over there.
Rob Hall crossing finish.
One more time, Rob Hall on bike number 270 across the start-finish line has worked his way into the lead. A full front straightaway lead between him and the second place battle between 78 Peter Pinello, who's crossing the line, and bike number 69M David Miller. Miller's quite a bit of drift back, but still within striking distance in this big track here, as they've already seen halfway and working the next lap. So if anything were to happen, this race would be official, as bike number 846 Andrew Hauer still leads 51P Jim Ike out there for the Vintage Superbike lightweight class.
Felpel and Cook neck and neck. Narciso right behind him.
Yeah, Narciso. I think you got it right. Narciso?
I'm going for it.
I think I'll go with that one.
Blake Parr just crossing. And that Sportsman 350 class. Matthew Joy moving down or fell out of the race? This is strangely behind. It looks like maybe he had a mechanical somewhere, or is... Nope, I'm going to stick with my guns here and say that he's maybe...
Announced to control.
Maybe out somewhere.
We have any pickups as of yet?
Dennis
Good.
Ponelite. Just crossing finish. Followed by John Sneed. And James Berry. And Randy Knoop down here. But let's go back up here and track down.
Race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, seeing the white flag, letting him know he's starting his final lap. Looking back towards turn number 4, NASCAR's turn number 4. Looks like Pinello and Miller have decided to make a battle of it. Maybe it was Miller decided to make a battle of it, as he's reeled in Pinello, and they're pretty much side by side all the way down the front straightaway. Who's it going to be at the line here to start the last lap? It is going to be Pinello, but only by about a half a bike length, as Miller really coming on strong that last lap. Reeled in Pinello. Not sure if they got hung up behind a slower rider or if Pinello had an issue out there. but Miller is definitely right there as they dive over into turn number 1. Meanwhile, Howard still has Jim Ike on his tail section. That's for the lead out there in the vintage Superbike lightweight as Pinello gets around a slower rider. Then it looks like David Miller there working around the slower rider himself, getting through the center of the International Horseshoe on this exciting last lap as they rocket down that short chute over into the dogleg turn number 4. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, all the way over onto the high banking through NASCAR's turn number 1 over into turn number 2. Miller's got his eyes set on trying to step up onto that second step of the podium. I think Pinella's no less determined to stand there himself as that duo rockets out of turn number 5, down the straightaway over into turn number 6. Here they go, coming up on the high bank in just a moment. Meanwhile, race leader 270, Rob Hall, taking the low line once again through NASCAR turn number 2 onto the back straightaway as he's on his last lap. Here comes the battle for second, as Pinello still has Miller right there behind him. They take a more higher line through the center of the course. Looks like Pinello's got a little bit of motor on Miller as he gaps out about 6 to 8 bike lengths over Miller as they run through the center of the track through the exit 2, diving down onto the apron, trying to work the back straightaway. Miller's trying to pick up the draft from Pinello, but Pinello's got about 8 to 10 bike lengths on him as they work their way down into the braking zone one more time here on the final lap onto the back straightaway into the bus stop. Oh. And looks like, well, unfortunately, we've had another Crimson adventure out here today. One rider down off, I believe, over in the international or the Western Horseshoe area here. So again, it looks like it was shaping up to be another epic battle here, and it gets shut down early as we hit our Crimson adventure out here. So stay tuned. We've got we'll get the calls going here for race 13 in just a moment.
That's already race 13.
While we got a free moment, once again want to thank Haggerty Insurance for their sponsorship this weekend. Haggerty is the home for all bike lovers, helping you take your passion to the next level with Haggerty Drivers Club, Motorsports Reg, vehicle values, world-class motorcycle insurance, and more. Get started today at Haggerty Insurance. Also, Bridgestone is proud to be the official tire for AHRMA. From road racing to motocross, Bridgestone has a wide range of tires to fit your vintage race needs. Go see their full lineup at BridgestoneMotorcycleTires.com. Also, thank you to Underground Team Racing, UTR, and Kansas 811. It's good to know what's below. Call 811 before you dig. Also want to remind everybody that tomorrow from 8 to 5 there will be an AHRMA board meeting over at the hotel over across the street in Daytona One Plaza over there. And they will have an open comments section or open comments event from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So if any AHRMA members are sticking around tomorrow and would like to stop by there and offer their opinion about today's racing or how things are going in general, there will be an open mic for AHRMA members from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Other than that, the meeting, I believe, will be closed, but it will be open for open comments from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. if you want to stop by and let your opinion or your voice be heard. Also want to remind everybody that if you're not in this next race, then your racing weekend is finished. So please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you take off for the race weekend. Looks like trophies are available down in the tech area from yesterday's races and anything that has passed by the protest period for today. Also, empty race fuel cans can be brought to garage number 27. They'll take your empty fuel cans.
We got another one coming around. He just came in. He saw the flag.
Jim Cord.
All right, race fans, this is it. Race 13, our grand finale of an epic 2 days of racing here at Daytona International Speedway. This is going to be Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Next Gen Superbike 3, Motard, Formula Extreme, and Formula Lightning. Some e-bikes in here, some Motard in here, a little bit of everything, but our largest displacement Thunder class. So this is always a great finale race I think for us here at AHRMA, this is a really nice way to cap off the day with these very large, very loud bikes, and then some e-bikes.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for the next race of the afternoon. Race number 13. Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Next Gen Superbike 3, Motard and Formula Lightning and Formula Lightning Extreme. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is first call. First call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Next Gen Superbike 3, Motard, Formula Lightning and Formula Lightning Extreme. First call, race number 13. I just made first. Give me just a moment.
With referee to control was the 62 that went.
The number that went down was one Papa, one P.
Más grande, grande, grande. Cosa.
All right.
All right.
More clipboards, copy, copy.
Well, while we have just a hot second, while we are still waiting on getting this last grid going, we had to take just a minute to get cleaned up from the red flag from the last race. We had to get that bike picked up, but it looks like everyone's heading back to their positions. I just want to take a second and thank you guys for tuning in. We've had lots of you tuning in, commenting, sending messages. Thank you for all the positive vibes and watching along and following along some exciting racing here at AHRMA. For myself and Mr. Jay McMacken here, we really appreciate you tuning in and following these races. We have a great time up here sharing all
Attention
of
out
this
there in the
wonderful
paddock.
racing
Let's go
with
second
each and
call.
every one
Second
of you,
call,
but
race
we
number
can't do
13.
it
Sound of
without
Thunder
some of our
1,
awesome
Sound of Singles 1,
partners. So
Next
I'm
Gen
gonna go ahead
Superbike
and
3,
roll up my little
Motard,
thank you clip
Formula
for our
Lightning, and
partners
Formula
also.
Lightning Extreme. If you guys want to bring them on up, we'll get you out here in just a moment. Again, it's second call. Second call, race number 13. Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Formula Lightning.
So as I was saying, we can't do any of this awesome racing without these wonderful partners. So I just wanted to go ahead and show you all of our club level partners and some of our more premier partners and our partner for our classic Moto Fest events as well.
I
Want to give
just
them a
made it.
little
I'll
bit
give
of love
it the third here in about
out
30
here on
seconds.
the program. Again, these are our national title sponsors, our supporting partners, and our MotoFest partners for 2022. Huge thanks to all of these folks. We couldn't do it without you, so I just want to give you guys a little bit of love. As always, if you want more information about the great racing that we do, like I said, we've got about a dozen or so races throughout the entire 2022 season with 4 classic MotoFests going on around the country. Here, obviously, today we've got one this spring
Attention
at Heartland,
out there in the
one
paddock.
at
Looks
Laguna
like we've
Seca,
got
and the
everything
last
pretty
one is
much
at
straightened
Barber.
out there.
For more
Everybody's back
information,
where
head
they
on
need
over
to
to
be.
AHRMA.org.
So let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Next Gen Superbike 3, Motard, Formula Lightning Extreme, and Formula Lightning. If you folks want to bring them on up, we'll send you out right now for your hot lap. Again, it is third call, third and final call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Next Gen Superbike 3, Motard, Formula Lightning Extreme, and Formula Lightning. Bring the bikes off the stands, grab your helmets, zip up your leathers, bring them on up. It's time to go racing. It is third and final call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Singles 1, Next Gen Superbike 3, Motard, Formula Lightning Extreme, and Formula Lightning. Come on up, folks. It's time to go racing.
Of a ring track, 42 on the grid. I'm sure not that many.
That's a big left. Let's go 5.5.
As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there. On row number 1 for the Sound of Thunder 1, presented by Aerico Motorsports, it's going to be bike number 2H, Josh Heron, 796, Paul Vance, 005, Teague Hobbs, and 329, Matthew Crabtree. And row number 2, it's 00, Edward Sullivan, 212, Israel Gillette, and 901, Sean Veese. Row number 3, it's going to be 68R, Craig Grantham, 660, John Beldock, 432, Ned Heidel, and 232, Jose Contreras. Row number 4, it's 477, Amet Akaden, 221, Steve Bernadetto, Cardella, and 34R, Rodney Menke. Row number 5, it's going to be 42R, Jason Smith, 13X, Steve Metz, 15R, J.M. Padron, and 4X, Irvin Kolick. And on row number 6, it's going to be 35R, Scott Billings, 60X, Rob Wines, and bike number 229X, Darren James. Excuse me. For the Sound of Singles 1, presented by William Dokianos. On row number 8, it's going to be 97K, Kevin Grimmel, and 26, Stuart Carter. For the Next Gen Superbike 3, presented by Larabro Framing. On row number 10, it's going to be 229, William Halser, 20R, Mark Reynolds, 784, Christopher Caden, and 197, William Bush. Row number 11, it's 81T, John Turner, 155, Scott Unger, and 45C, Carl Cohen. Row number 12, it's 15R, J.M. Padron, 088, Ken McAdams, 13D, Steve McCamp, and 054, Gilbert Jennings. For the Motard field, back on row number 14, it's 133, Paul Elledge, 43A, Stephen Alexander, 510, Noel Corwin, 820, Mitchell Barnes, and on row number 15, it's 46X, Brian Rammer. For the Formula Lightning Extreme, on row number 17, it's 447, Peter Nicolosi, and for the Formula Lightning field, on row number 19, it's 690, Bob Berbecco, and 179, Arthur Cowitz. That's your field here for race number 13.
Yeah, they know. They're electric. That's why they were waiting for him to come through.
Let's from one extreme to the other in this class. E-bikes, large displacement thunder bikes.
For the Sound of Thunder, sponsored by Aerico Motorsports. Aerico Motorsports is a Triumph, Ducati, Moto Guzzi, and Vespa dealership located in the heart of downtown Denver, Colorado. Celebrating three decades of serving the motorcycle community, Aerico Motorsports is exciting, exotic, and European. When in Denver, be sure to visit and check out their vintage motorcycle collection on display. Wearing the number 66, John Beldock can be seen racing his Aerico Motorsports Triumph Moto 2 Daytona at AHRMA events. Some of the biggest, fastest bikes in AHRMA road racing are in this class. Unlimited displacement 4-stroke singles, twins, and triples. It's also open to AHRMA 2-stroke bikes and even rotary engines. For the Sound of Singles 1, this is sponsored by William P. Dokianos. William P. Dokianos wishes to thank all the volunteers. We are fortunate to be able to enjoy AHRMA. In this class, it's unlimited displacement, single-cylinder, 4-stroke engines, modern singles with anything-goes attitude. This platform is where engineering and ingenuity shine. Next Gen Superbikes. Next Gen Superbike 3 is sponsored by Larabrew Framing. New classes started in 2022, late 80s to mid-2000 U.S. Superbikes. See this section. Various twins and 4-cylinder bikes from 86 to 2006 are represented in that class. Motard, sponsored by Motool, makes bike setup and maintenance easy so you can focus on the fun. They invite you to check out the new Slacker V4 with Bluetooth. Work smart, play hard with Motool. The class known as Supermoto or Supermotard, competitors often race on smaller tracks that combine portions of dirt and pavement. In Motard, you'll see unlimited displacement 2- and 4-stroke singles, which are based on motocross or dual sport bikes with limited modifications for road racing. Motocross, off-road, dual sport, and Motard-specific single cylinders are out there, along with 2-stroke liquid-cooled up to 500 cc's, 2-stroke air-cooled unlimiteds, and 4-stroke air-cooled up to 570 cc's.
And away they go. First wave is off.
For the Formula Lightning Extreme, these are sponsored by Team Power Sports and Sev Alderman, and these are open to bikes with unlimited voltage. And of course, the Formula Lightning field itself is sponsored by Peter Nicolosi. All electric motorcycles featuring the latest technology with powertrains similar to the Nissan Leaf and the Tesla Model S, and electric portion of the Chevy Volt. Speeds are similar to race-prepped 600cc gasoline-powered bikes, open to production bikes based up to 125 volts. Production race bikes are available from Zero and Brahma. Arthur Kowitz was the 2020 national championship in this class. Looks like the race has already started as the Sound of Thunder and Sound of Single bikes working their way down through the West Horseshoe right now, while the second wave bikes, the next gen super bikes, motards, and electric bikes all cleanly through the International Horseshoe for the first time here, starting down towards the west end.
First wave just now approaching. If you're watching at home, top right hand side of your screen, they're just now making their way onto the high bank. First lap of our last race, race number 13.
Don't say the L word. Not until the green and white. We're seeing the green and white. Call me superstitious if you want.
Okay, you are superstitious.
And I've seen too
This
many.
is the first tour. This is the first chance people to see the grounds.
I've seen too many whirlybirds come in on that L word.
Admire the beautiful grass
Yeah.
and painted seats here.
Mm-hmm.
It's historical.
Yeah.
All right, let's go check out what's going on down on this front straight.
Race leader out of NASCAR's turn number 4, rocking along. I'm going to guess it's Josh Herron. I'm absolutely right. 2H Josh Herron running away with this one. He started on the first row this time. So I'm going to guess if this thing goes green all the way that he will lap up to about 4th place. What do you think? Anyways, he's out there on rails. Then it's going to be 796 Paul Vance back there in second, 15 RJ and Padron in third, 005 Teague Hobbs back in fourth, and 329 Matthew Crabtree rounding out the top 5. 212 Israel Gillette in that 6th place position. Double Lot Edward Sullivan back there on that 7th place position. 4X Irvin Kolak in 8th, 60X Rob Wines in 9th, and bike number 901 Sean Weiss rounding out your top 10 is once again Josh Herron set sail on the field, leading this one through turn 5 over to turn number 6.
Josh Herron now making his way over to the turns 1 and 2 of the oval high bank area, top right hand side of your screen if you're following on along. With some pretty smooth sailing out there.
Looks like Teague Hobbs on 005's feeling a little bit racy against bike number 15R, JM Padron and 796 Paul Vance. Those guys are having an epic battle out there right now for that 2nd place podium position as they're all running the low lines through NASCAR's high banks turns 1 and 2. Now on to the back straightaway they go as a 2-rider breakaway down in through the back stretch into the braking zone, down into the bus stop and over through the chicane. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 2H, Josh Herron, all the way at the exit of NASCAR's turn 4 onto the front straightaway and through the tri-oval one more time. Looks like J.M. Padron on bike number 15R trying the high line there. I believe it's Paul Vance on 796 up there in that 2nd place position, but Padron don't think was quite able to make the pass work as they're pretty much nose to tail down through the tri-oval at the line. Yep, it's still Paul Vance out there leading over J.M. Padron, feeling racy as bike number 005 Teague Hobbs drops back a little bit, and 329 Matthew Crabtree sizing him up a battle for 4th there as Double Lot Edward Sullivan back there in 6th, 4X Irv Kolek back in 7th, 212 Israel Gillette is still back there in that 8th position, 60X Rob Wines in 7th, and 901 Sean Weiss round out your top 10. Meanwhile, J.M. Padron still trying to reel in Paul Vance. Vance got a great drive out of the International Horseshoe over into the dog leg as they dive down into the turn number 5 area. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 2H, all the way up to the turn 1, turn 2, and the high bankings over the NASCAR turns themselves as he continues to stretch out his lead. Meanwhile, Paul Vance trying to shake the draft of JM Padron, but Padron's still right back there behind him. 2 bike lengths separate those two as they're out of turn number 6 onto the high banking. NASCAR's turn number 1 and 2. Here they go again. Both of them running a high line. Looks like Padron's trying to pick up the draft. It looks like Vance goes low that time. Padron running up high and then dives down as Vance works his way from the bottom back to the top. A bit of a crossover move as Padron's still trying to pick up the draft, not able to do much. Now closing in on the brakes, down to about 4 bike lengths between those two as they go through the bus stop one more time. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 2H, Josh Herron, across the start-finish line, seeing the green and white flags crossed, letting him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go. Meanwhile, Vance takes a low line. Padron lets it run high through NASCAR's 3 over into 4. So Vance taking once again a low line. Padron trying to run high, then dives down into the low apron area at the exit of 4, trying to pick up the draft. Here they come down the front straightaway. Looks like Vance still holds about a 3 to 4 bike length over Padron as they rocket through the tri-oval one more time down into the braking zone. So those two having seen halfway, letting them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go as Vance still holds about 4 lengths over Padron as they work through the exit of 1 over and 2. Meanwhile, Teague Hobbs still has Crabtree and now Sullivan right behind him, so a 3-way battle shaping up for that 4th place position. Oh, looks like Paul Vance goes wide into the braking zone into the International Horseshoe, and that leaves JM Padron, bike number 15R. He says thank you very much. Looks like Paul Vance had just got in there a little too deep and decided to go straight and take the slip road, so better to keep it up on 2 wheels than pitch it, as he now has his work cut out for him trying to chase down 15R JM Padron, who holds on to 2nd place as they work their way out of turn number 5 over into 6. That was an oopsie move.
Definitely, but he kept it up on 2 wheels.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm going to give him the high five for that.
Yep.
That corner just likes to snag people up. It's tricky.
It is. Padron on 15R taking the high line, gets a great drive as he works his way right up against the wall over in turn number 2. Now diving down to the apron as he rockets down that back straightaway. Vance trying to get it gathered back up, but still a good 20 to 25 bike lengths adrift of Padron as race leader, bike number 2H, Josh Herron, one more time across the line as he continues to work the lead over there and in through traffic. Meanwhile, JM Padron on bike number 15R solidly up there in 2nd through the bus stop. Again, taking a high line. Looks like Vance 796 takes a low line, trying to chip away at the lead that JM Padron has on him as they work their way out of NASCAR turn number 4 down the front straightaway. Vance trying to pick up the draft from Padron, but not sure he's going to be able to do it as they flash across the start-finish line and through the tri-oval about 8 to 10 bike lengths. Here comes Vance deep on the brakes now, starting to reel in Padron right on his tail section as they go through turn number 1. So Vance knows he's still got a chance to stand on that 2nd step of the podium as they're nose to tail out of turn number 1 over into turn number 2. Now once again into the braking zone for the International Horseshoe. Turn number 3, Vance takes the conventional line this time right behind Padron, but Padron gets a great drive out of 3 over into the dog leg of turn number 4. Vance still right there within striking distance. It's a heck of a barn burner race for 2nd position here in the final race of the day as that duo works their way in through turn number 5. The West Horseshoe, about 2 bike lengths and 3 bike lengths separate those two as they're out of 5 over to 6. Looks like they've got a fairly clear track in front of them. One slower rider that might come into play when they hit the bus stop on this next lap, but Padron still holds about 5 to 6 bike lengths out of turn number 6 as that duo heads out onto the west banking. NASCAR's turn 1 and 2 as Padron tucked in behind the fairing, just opening it up to about 6 to 8 bike lengths. Once again, Vance taking the low line, trying to keep the distance down as he's trying to work the draft on JM Padron down that back straightaway. Looks like he's closing in a little bit, down to about 6 bike lengths as they come into the bus stop one more time. White flag out for your race leader, bike number 5, Josh Herron, as he's already over into 2. The battle for seconds working their way out of the chicane back in through NASCAR's turn number 3 and 4. Padron gets a great drive and gaps out about 10 to 12 bike lengths over Vance as they rocket around the low half of turn number 4 on the NASCAR track. They're going to come around another back marker here. Don't think they're going to have much of an issue, but Looks like Vance really managed to pick up the draft. He's within about 3 bike lengths of Padron as the white flag is out. Anything's going to happen. It's going to happen this lap as Vance sees his opportunity right on the tail section of Padron. Looks like Padron takes a little bit wider line. Vance right there, 1 bike length adrift as they roll through the exit of 1 over into 2. Padron gets a good drive and gaps it out, but here comes Vance hard on the brakes down into the braking zone one more time. The last time here in the International Horseshoe as Padron holds 3 bike lengths over Vance as he now gaps it out to 4, now 5, down through turn number 4 in the dog leg. They're going to have to get around a slower back marker into the braking zone down into turn number 5. Looks like Padron dives in underneath him and manages to clear him, and Vance gets checked up a little bit. That gives Padron an opportunity he's trying to capitalize. So it looks like Vance has got to get around that back marker. Still hasn't done it. Now he gets around him on the inside. Padron still holding about 6 bike lengths over Vance. This is for second place as they're out of turn number 6 onto the high banking on the final time, the final lap of the final race this weekend as Padron once again runs the high line way high, trying to gap it out to about 6 bike lengths. Vance once again running low, trying to keep his distance down. They are out of the exit of 2 down the back straightaway. The final time, still about 8 bike lengths adrift. They've got some lap traffic in front of them. Here comes Padron diving in the bus stop. He gets checked up a bit. That allows Vance to close right in on his tail section. 2 bike lengths separate them as Padron still hasn't cleared the back marker. Now he gets a great drive around him. Vance gets by the first one. Here they come. Checkered flag out for your race winner, bike number 2H, Josh Herron. But here's the battle for second as Padron takes a low line. Vance right there about 3 bike lengths behind him, trying to work the draft. Now they're nose to tail out of turn number 4. Padron goes wide. Vance looks up the inside. They're side by side down this front straightaway through the tri-oval. It looks like Vance just nipped him at the line. It is bike number 796. Paul Vance redeems himself, holding on to that second step of the podium off of bike number 15, J.M. Padron, in one heck of a battle here in the final race this weekend. Then it's going to be 005, Teague Hobbs back there in 4th. Double Lot, Edward Sullivan rounding out your top 5 with 329. Matthew Crabtree back there in that 6th place position.
Paul Vance goes red mist on the last lap and just has to have it.
Looks like 4X Evan Kolak rounds out that 7th place position. 784 Christopher Caden looks like he was leading for his class. For Next Gen Superbike 3, 212 Israel Gillette back there in 9th, and 20R Mark Reynolds rounding out your top 10.
Excellent, excellent racing in this class. What a great way to end a great weekend full of awesome racing. Whether it was road racing, dirt racing, woods, flat track, vintage motocross. We did everything here this weekend, Jay, and it was just really great racing all the way around. William Busch just now crossing the finish line here on the last lap of the last race of the first ever AHRMA Classic MotoFest, powered by the folks at AHRMA, American Historic Racing Motorcycle Association.
Jim Baker's transponder will be down in tech at the end of the day, which is now because it's the end of the day, right?
So we just have our last couple folks making their way across the line. But I just wanted to thank everybody for tuning in to the program, the live feed, or coming out to race with us. We super appreciate you coming on out.
Will be down in tech here at the end of the day. Again, Jim Baker, your transponder will be down in tech here at the end of the day. And what an exciting conclusion to today's racing activities. And we're wrapping up the AHRMA Classic MotoFest here in Daytona for the start of the 2022 season. We want to thank everybody for coming out to race with us, whether you're here in the road race, over in the flat track last night, or running motocross today and yesterday, or the cross country folks. We hope everybody had a great time here at AHRMA's Classic MotoFest to kick off the 2022 season. For the road racers, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders. Please take those down to tech as quickly as possible. Need to get those collected up. And I believe we've got to clear the paddock by 7 p.m. this evening, so keep that in mind. So as you're packing up, please make sure that you get your stuff packed up and out of there by 7 p.m. this evening. I also want to remind everybody, empty gas cans can be dropped off at garage number 27. Again, trophies for the classes that have already been posted and past the protest period.
So, of course, we can't do any of these awesome Moto Fests or any of our race weekends without all of our incredible partners. So I just wanted to give them a last little bit of love. Thank you so much for being a part of our 2022 season here at AHRMA. If you are curious about coming racing with us, well, you certainly should. Your best friends are all here waiting to meet you. Make sure you head on over to www.ahrma.org for more information about how you can come racing with us. And please do not be mistaken, even though, yes, we obviously specialize in vintage and historical and classic motorcycles, we also do have classes for more modern machines. So for all of the rules and details, make sure you head on over to that same website, www.ahrma.org. And we will see you later on down the road. Thank you so much for joining us here at the very first Moto Fest Classic Moto Fest powered by AHRMA here in beautiful Daytona. We will be seeing you at our next other Moto Fests or at any of our race weekends all across America. Again, for more information, head to ahrma.org. Thanks, everybody.